New sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop. Clerk's laptop. Clerk's laptop, 12:20 p.m., April 28th, new sound check. Hi, folks. We're running a new sound check, so we've unmuted a new setting and we are testing the presenter's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop, new setting. Laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop, new setting. We're live once again, and I'm doing another sound check. So, clerk's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop sound check. I will put us back into Sound check. Council, what am I saying? I've completely lost my mind. Presenter's laptop sound check. Presenter's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check. Clerk's laptop sound check.
Ready. So we're back, members of council, our council meeting. Thank you for hanging in there, and sorry for the trouble, everyone out there that's listening. So hopefully you'll be able to catch it on YouTube with full audio. I'm going to go back to needed a motion to approve the agenda as amended. I don't think we voted on that. So a motion again, moved by Pearson, seconded by Nan. Thank you. All in favor electronically? There you go. Sorry for your trouble, Lauren. I'm sure you were scrambling to get things organized as quickly as you could. And I'll make a giant leap on this. It's being approved.
And Councillor Collins has approved that.
On
And that
the-
carries 15-0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two this afternoon. The first one is on item 5.1, which is the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. I'm going to declare an indirect pecuniary interest in item 1, which it involves post-secondary institutions, as my wife is a professor at a post-secondary institution. And the second one is item 5.4, the Planning Committee report. Item 4 is the school board properties report. I'm going to declare, to avoid the possible perception of a conflict, I have no pecuniary interest, just a perceived conflict possibility, as my wife is currently the chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am going to declare a conflict on the Emergency and Community Services report. I am not a member on that committee, but there's an item relating to the Tenant Defense Fund, and I am a landlord, so I will declare a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Vanderbeek? And then Councillor Marula. Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I too need to declare a conflict on item 2.
Can't quite hear you, or
It's because, I'm sorry.
no worries.
I'm sorry, I specifically put it on my headset so you'd be able to hear me. Is that better?
I got it, perfect.
Okie doke. I too need to declare, in order to avoid the perception of a conflict, item 2 on the Emergency and Community Services Committee report, subsection B, is about the Tenant Defense Fund, and my family are landlords, so I want to make sure that I've declared that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Marula?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too, as a result of my wife and I being landlords, will have to declare an interest in order to prevent a conflict with respect to the same item as Councillor Vanderbeek mentioned in the Emergency and Community Services agenda. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we will have separate votes on those, so you could indicate your abstention. I'll ask the clerks just to remind us when we get to that point. Any other declarations? Not seeing any, thank you. We have the minutes of the City Council meeting of April the 14th, 2021. Could I take a motion to approve that? Moved by Partridge, seconded by Pauls. All in favor? If there are no comments, vote will be up shortly.
That carries 15-0, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we are on communications. Paul, could I have a motion on communications, please? Put it on the floor.
You sure will. That the April 28th, 2021 council communications be approved as presented.
Thank you. And the seconder for that would be?
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And we are on communications. So any items in the communications list that you would like to speak to? First hand I see is Councillor Johnson. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark. That 4.9, this is the correspondence from the the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority respecting the resolution encouraging the NPCA municipalities to adapt through their official plan, updates expanded trail networks using publicly owned corridors and abandoned rail lines. So it has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Clark that it be referred to the GM of Planning, Jason Thorne. I really believe this would be a good opportunity for partnerships for trails and publicly owned corridors, and my apologies to the clerks for not putting this in sooner.
No problem, and we'll make the change if there's no objection, and then we can just approve the package as amended. So, any objection to that change? Not hearing any. Thank you. So that change will be reflected in the minutes and in the recommendation. Any other items on the communications that you'd like to speak to, Councilor Marula?
Just quickly, I just want to be recorded strongly opposed to item 4.5 for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you to my colleagues, because I will be referencing it during the consideration of Public Works report. I just wanted to draw your attention to correspondence 4.12. The Ward 1 office, we have been intentionally trying to engage with McMaster students. We see them as residents. And I'm so pleased that there is a letter submitted by a graduating McMaster student from Mac's Unique Arts and Science program, Ms. Daniela Mikanovsky, a brilliant student who will be going into Osgoode Law in the fall. She has done her graduating thesis on the city's sidewalk snow clearing practice, and her findings are illuminating. Her findings are that our present practice is not working and it's not equitable. So I will be referencing some of that work during the debate. Just wanted to draw it to your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the communications? It has been moved and seconded. So on the Councilor Clark. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Up there,
sorry,
yep.
if I could just interrupt, we do need an appointment for item 4.14. And that's the appointment of one member of council to participate in the Minister of Municipal Affairs Town Hall.
Yep, thank you. We'll get to that. Councilor Clark, you had an item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on item 4.5, I wish to publicly state that I accept the conclusions of the Integrity Commissioner. I thank them for their services and I once again apologize to staff, council, and Mr. Zwan for my actions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So on 4.14, we need either a volunteer or a recommendation as to who should participate. Councilor Danko, I saw your hand up. Oh, okay. Anyone have a recommendation as to who should? I'd be happy to do that on behalf of the corporation if you think that's most appropriate, but if anyone else has any other ideas, I'm open to that.
I'll second your appointment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I thought I saw 2 thumbs up from Councilor Clark and a verbal from you, so thank you for that. Any comments or questions then? We will need to vote on that. No, we'll make that change, incorporate it, and then we'll vote on the communications as a whole. All right, thank you. So on the communications then, as amended, all in favor? Opposed?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Danko is raising his hand. I believe he wishes to speak.
I was looking down, not looking up. Sorry. Councillor Danko.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple comments on 4.13, which is a letter from the Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington. It's being referred to item 9 of the Planning Committee report. Just wondering if I should make those comments now or wait till we get to that item.
You're going to comment on the letter itself, or are you going
on the letter? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the time to comment on the letter.
Okay, thank you. There's an interesting part of that letter that is relevant to residents in wards 1, 8 and part of 14, where the Realtors Association say that in the past that they had been opposed to rental licensing bylaw because our city zoning bylaws were too restrictive, and they say that hundreds of secondary dwelling units could not be legalized. And it's really good to hear that the Realtors Association is now in favor of rental licensing. And now that as today, we're going to be passing the secondary dwelling units bylaw. And if I could just ask through you to General Manager Thorne, if he's available, the timeline for rental licensing, when that's going to come to Planning Committee and Council. I believe it's within the next couple months.
Yep. General Manager Thorne.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct. We're looking at a report back in the summer on rental housing licensing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And when that does come forward to Planning Committee and Council, I'm very much looking forward to a letter of support from the Realtors Association, as this is a really important initiative for wards 1 and 8 and part of 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Marula.
Thanks to Councillor Danko for mentioning this. It was an oversight on my part. I should have declared an interest in order to prevent a conflict on this item as well, as a result of my wife and I having being landlords. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. So we would need to vote on that separately then, so you can actually register your conflict. So let's do that on this item now, and then I'll go over to Councillor Vanderbeek. I sense you have the same issue. Okay, so you're going to declare, so when you vote on item 14, you would vote to abstain for anyone that has a conflict, and then and in favor otherwise, or opposed. So let's do that on a separate vote then on 413. And I'll let the clerk dial that up. Thank you. Madam Clerk, let me know.
So we have 413 up ready for a vote.
Yeah, I think that was done.
Yep.
Yep. Passed.
Yes, that was carried.
Abstentions recorded.
The abstentions were recorded, sorry, yes.
Great, thank you. On communications then as a whole, any other items? If not, we can go right to the vote to approve it as amended. All in favor then, thank you. Councillor Collins is approving on the chat.
Councillor Nan, we're waiting for your vote to come through.
Thumbs up.
And that carries 15-0.
Great, thank you. Can we turn to Councillor Pauls for a motion to move into the committee of the whole, please, Councillor?
Okay, that council move into the committee of the whole to consider the community committee reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jackson.
Yes.
Well done. Okay, and so a motion on that to move into committee of the whole is before you. Yes would be best. So we can marshal on.
That carries 0.
Thank you. And we're now to report. So it's the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. Councilman Mann, you have a motion to put that report on the floor. Go
Yes,
ahead.
I do, Mayor. That the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery Report 21-002, being the meeting held on Friday, April 16th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. It's moved by myself and seconded by fellow Task Force member, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the task force report? If I might, just briefly, Councillor Pauls, if you take the chair. I just want to comment on my gratitude to the entire team, a great group of people that put time and effort into giving us I think a very positive list of recommendations that half of which have been either implemented or put into practice, and a number of others are awaiting work from either the federal or provincial governments or additional work on behalf of the city. but critically important work. I want to compliment and thank Ron McCurley, president of Mohawk College, and Terry Johns, our esteemed planner in the city of Hamilton. Both of them were chair and vice chair and did, I think, a terrific job. And thanks go to the staff as well that put their time and effort in to make sure that we're reaching out into all the sectors in our community to appreciate and understand the challenges that COVID has presented, the issues that we need to continue to look at as we look for recovery, as well as look for the interim period that we are in this COVID pandemic. And so I think that effort has been terrific. And I'll just add that the Just Recovery report that others in the broader community put together is also part of the consideration and will continue to be. And I really appreciate the time and effort that was put into this. So the task force has ended. It may arise again should there be a need, but I think at this point it's time to, as task forces are, they're task oriented. So the task at this point has been completed. Regular updates will be provided to the entire team and council. I believe it was every 3 months. I can't recall what we had set out, but every 3 months, just to get a status update and report on the recommendations that haven't been yet implemented, or what the status of the overall recommendations would be, just to ensure that we keep it alive and make sure that we're heading in the direction that the task force and council actually originally set out. So again, thank you to Ron McCurley and Terry Johns and the entire group. I'm not going to read all the names because there's many of them, but they were great participants, and I really appreciate their effort. And I think it resulted in some very, very positive recommendations that many of which have already been implemented. So with thanks. Thank you, Councillor Pauls.
And thank you, Mayor, for all the hard work you put into it, and all the colleagues applaud you. Thank you.
Thank
Chair,
you.
back
And
to
yeah,
you.
let me equally thank Councillors Danko and Nan for their effort as well. They were there each and every meeting to ensure that some of the very important issues that we need to be dealing with, we're getting tackled. So great appreciation and great effort all around. Any other comments of anyone? If not, I'll take there is a motion to approve the report. So let's pull up the vote. And
Sorry, Mr. Reminder, need a separate vote on item 1.
oh, sorry. Okay. Good reminder. Thanks. I appreciate that. So, Madam Clerk, if you could dial us on, my apologies. There you go. This is on item 1 then. And just for clarity, since I think we already voted on the entire package, do we need to do it again, Madam Clerk?
We haven't voted on the entire report.
Okay, thank
We
you.
canceled that.
Alrighty.
And that carries 14-1.
Great, thank you. So on the balance of the report then, as a whole, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed or abstaining?
That carries
Thank you.
carries 15.
Thank you very much.
1-0.
Dr. Wilson, report of health report of April 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that the Board of Health Report 21-004, being the meeting held on Monday, April the 19th, 2021, be received, and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you.
Thank you. Any items in that report that anyone would like to discuss? I'm not seeing any. So on the balance of the report then, all in favor or opposed, vote will pop up. There it is already. Thank you.
That carries 15-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn to public. And on that report, Councillor Vanderbeek, a motion please to put the report on the floor. And a second.
Thank you for your patience finding the
No,
unmute button.
no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, that the Public Works Committee Report 21-005, being the meeting held Monday, April 19th of 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So the report's on the floor. Items on that report that members of council would like to discuss. Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to discuss item 5, please, which is the Valley Inn Bridge Municipal Class EA notice. And procedurally, not sure how to do this. I'd also like to lift the item in the information section, D, sidewalk snow clearance.
Okay, we'll do them one at a time. So speak to the first one. And then we'll
Thank you.
lifting thereafter.
Thank you. Just very briefly, item 5 is a notice of Schedule B Municipal Class EA that is up for 30 days for review. So I just wanted to alert the residents of Hamilton of that, including the residents of Ward 1. And I never want to forego an opportunity to once again acknowledge and give my deep thanks to the McNally Foundation for their ongoing generous philanthropy in this community. As you know, they will be covering the entire cost of that bridge reconstruction. That bridge serves as a vital pedestrian and cycling link between the city of Burlington and Hamilton, of course. And also, it's just a beautiful point of view on the RBG adjacent properties. So I just want to thank them and to alert the public of the notice period. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on that item? Seeing any, thank you. And I share the appreciation to McNally Foundation. It's going to be great restoration of an iconic piece of work in that valley. So looking forward to that. Back to you, Councillor Wilson, on another item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to clerks, I'm not sure how to do this procedurally. I would like to lift an item that was deliberated at the last Public Works meeting. It's in the information section, I believe, D, and it is the item, it is a report from staff on the sidewalk snow clearing.
Is there a recommendation in that report that you want to lift?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, we'll do a motion to lift and add it as item 14 of the report.
Okay.
So we'll need a seconder on that.
Great, thank you.
Moved by myself,
Councillor Nan,
seconded by Councillor Nan. Yeah,
okay, thank you. So on lifting of that report, all in favor or any opposed?
We're just waiting for a vote from Councillor Collins.
Okay. Normally it's pretty quick on the chat.
We'll put him down as absent for the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he just voted, sorry. And that carries 11-4.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to begin a discussion on this item and the recommendation that was defeated at Public Works. I'm not a member of Public Works, but I was there to listen to the debate. And I just have a few questions, and then if you could come to me at the appropriate time for closing comments.
Right, yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Zegarac. Mr. Zegarac, I recall at the near the conclusion of the city's last operating budget, there was some deliberation on our capital reinvestment strategy, which has normally seen a 0.5% from our levy being applied to our capital works in order to try and address our infrastructure deficit. And in the 2021 budget deliberation, a change was made because there was an identified need to reinvest in ward sidewalks and I believe roads, but a lot of attention was paid to sidewalks. And I was wondering if you could just summarize that direction that was provided to you, please. Through you, Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services. Through the deliberations of the 2021 capital budget, tax-supported capital budget process, Council paused on the traditional 0.5% capital levy increase in part due to the current pandemic situation in an effort to manage the 2021 overall tax increase. And as part of that strategy was a reliance on internal funds and reserves. And part of that draw from internal funding was towards maintenance, state of good repair and maintenance for sidewalks. And again, that was a incremental investment over and above our original starting position as relates to the 2021 capital budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Zagaric. A clear statement of the value of sidewalks and their need for repair. Am I correct in my recollection, through you, Mr. Chair, that the allocation of those monies was made equally to all wards, regardless of, I think, the state of those sidewalks and roads as it was delivered in an accompanying report at the time or in and around that time? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Committee and Council approved a equal allocation across the 15 wards.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to make sure I was clear on also part of the debate, which I tried to listen to most of it. And it was a line of questioning seeking clarification on the costs that were set out in the report. So I'll direct the question to Mr. McKinnon, and if he needs to direct it to Mr. Soldo, I will follow his lead. My understanding from that debate that the city is presently clearing 16% of sidewalks in Hamilton. Is that, did I get that figure right? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Dan McKinnon, General Manager of Public Works. If I could redirect to Edward Soldo, the Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance, I'd appreciate that. That number does sound roughly correct, but I'd like to default to Edward if I could, to be precise.
Mr. Soldo.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Edward Soldo, Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. That is correct. Currently, the city clears 397 kilometers of sidewalk, which amounts to 16.2% of the overall sidewalk network.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Soldo, for that. And so in the report that you put forward for the consideration of Public Works, in the options that were set out and the option that came forward for vote but was defeated, 2A, I believe, excuse me, the cost was pegged at $4.4 million. But through a line of questioning, they were trying to, the councillor at the time was trying to make sure we were accounting for what was an incremental cost and what was an existing cost. And I believe you agreed that the incremental cost would be 2.3 million. Do you recall that conversation?
Through the Mayor to the councillor, underneath scenario number 2, the number of sidewalks would increase to 1,180, and the overall cost of the program would go to 4.44 million. Our current cost is 2.1 million. That covers the 397, so the incremental cost would be 2.34 million, if my math is correct.
Thank you. Your audio is a little shaky for some reason, Mr. Soldo, so I'm not sure which it is, or why it is, but you might want to check in on that. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I just have one final question to make sure I'm clear, probably to Director Soldo, but I'm not sure. The Hansen, Hansen, I believe, Hansen system, that is a data system that the city uses and our service representatives used to log, say, calls that come in from residents. Is that true? Have I got that right? Through you, Chair.
Calls to,
City service representatives.
okay. Either Mr. Solder or General Manager McKinnon.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The Hansen system is the system through which our service requests are received either through the public or internally. And it's also the system through which we create work orders to effect work out in the field.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And if there are, after you exhaust your speakers or have questions, Mr. Mayor, if you could come back to me for comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from anyone else? Not seeing anyone. So back to you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honestly not sure what's left to debate on this subject, and but I am, to be honest, a little dumbfounded by those who state they actually need more information to make a decision, and I'm not sure how much more information we could possibly provide. This city has downloaded full responsibility for clearing a publicly owned asset to individuals, regardless of their ability to clear that snow, their physical ability, their time ability, their age ability, and their ability to travel across those uncleared walks. There's a lot of different aspects we could focus on in this debate, but I thought this afternoon I would focus on our seniors, given that we have a report out today focusing on our elders in the case of long-term care and COVID from the Auditor General. So I heard at the debate that the present arrangement is working very well, thank you, but it's not. The city's own Hansen system, which tracks calls or emails, told us that it's not working across the entire city. Between February the 12th and February the 22nd, the calls related to snow and sidewalk and problems came from these wards in this order. Ward 7, Ward 8, Ward 5, Ward 2, Ward 10, and Ward 15. So this is not just a downtown urban problem. I also heard some comments that I found particularly troubling, and it was along the lines of, I don't have sidewalks in part of my ward or my rural part of my community, and therefore it's not in the interest of my ward to have them cleared. I just, I don't know how you can possibly build a healthy, equitable, prosperous city on that basis. And if that is the test that we're going to use, I would suggest we could begin area rating everything, beginning with our conservation authorities. All Hamiltonians pay $2 million towards conservation authorities, but not all have access to those properties, or arts centers that are off maybe a transit line. There is a community adjacent to Ward 1. In less than 1 square kilometer, there are 19 cul-de-sacs. 19 cul-de-sacs, Mr. Mayor, are effectively private driveways. They get plowed and are used only by the people living on those cul-de-sacs. 19 of them in less than 1 square kilometer. And Ward 1 residents are paying for those private driveways to get plowed. They will never drive down those cul-de-sacs. And as I mentioned earlier today, the Auditor General's report on long-term care facilities during COVID is being released, and the early headlines are suggesting that the news is not good for Ontario residents. And the question therefore becomes, what are we doing as a city to service our seniors and support their efforts to age successfully. After all, that is the city's official vision. We're supposed to adhere to that vision when we're making decisions and we're setting priorities. And for the first time in Canadian history, there are more people in Canada over the age of 65 than there are under the age of 14. And Hamilton's population is older than the Ontario average. Those aged 65 and older represent 17% of our population. And interestingly, the areas in our city with the highest percentage of older adults are located outside the lower city. They are in Mount Hope. They are in Dundas. They are in the lower eastern section of Stony Creek, and they are within pockets of our Central Mountain area. Those in their golden years, that age beyond 65, are living longer, but with one notable characteristic, Mr. Mayor, they are overwhelmingly not disability free. Between 2006 and 2018, there were over 12,000 emergency department visits and 1,100 hospitalizations among Hamiltonians from falls on snow and ice. And older Hamiltonians were particularly vulnerable. This is data which is available to every member of council. And the City of Hamilton pays out every year an average of $600,000 a year for slips and falls. The advice being given to municipalities is pretty clear, pretty consistent. Redesign your city and readjust your priorities to enable folks to stay out of institutions as long as they can, to age in place, and support their efforts to age in a healthy way, so that by the time they get to be very much older, they're actually healthier. And how can we do that? Andre Picard, who has studied long-term care and elderly care extensively, has 3 recommendations for cities. Invest in public transit, enable your older residents to walk where they need to go to avoid social isolation and so that they can move their bodies, and clear your sidewalks of snow. But Mr. Mayor, what I found out in this debate is it's actually not about information. This is about values. This is about who we value and what we value. And on that front, my vote is always going to be in the equity column, because successful cities are cities that understand that a rising tide raises all boats, and also understands that we're not all in the same boat. We're going to have to do this. We're either going to be legally told we're going to have to do it, or we're going to be falling behind most other municipalities that are already doing this because of the tsunami of seniors and those who are aging. And we have a responsibility. This is not something that the federal government or the provincial government, this is not something that they are responsible for. This is within our domain. We have a responsibility to support our citizens so that they can move their bodies. Those are my remarks. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, so we do have a speakers list, Councilors Clark and Farr, but you are, that this has been lifted now, so you're moving the recommendation A and B, seconded by Councilor Nan. And just to be clear, so everyone knows that we're talking about in the viewing public. Item A, do you want to read item A?
Would you mind doing it for me, sir? I don't
Sure.
have, I only have one screen.
Okay.
Thanks.
So item A states that the level of service for winter sidewalk snow removal be enhanced as defined in scenario 2, priority 1 and 2A roadways, maintaining sidewalks in the existing level of service plus the additional of an estimated 783 kilometers of sidewalk along transit routes at an estimated overall cost of $4.4 million to be approved from the 2022 Public Works operating budget as follows. Item I, service level 2A activated when snow accumulation is 5 centimeters or greater, snowpack conditions with de-icing material application. And item B, the staff prepared to report back with an implementation plan to proceed with service level scenario 2A as outlined in this report. So that's what we're debating right now.
Thank
And
you.
it was moved and seconded by yourself and Councillor Net. Okay. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Clark and then Councillor Farr. After that, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Perfect. Thank you. So just a couple of questions, if I may, I'm assuming, Mr. Soldo, the scenario 2 that is in the motion it talks about along transit routes. So are we defining that as wherever the buses are going across the city, being parochial buses are coming into Ward 9? Obviously, we have 4 different routes that come into the community. So wherever there is a transit stop, is it fair to say that the sidewalk is going to be plowed along that transit route? Is that what this will be doing?
Here, Director Soldo. We may have lost him for some reason, or he's making an adjustment, I'm not sure. General Manager McKinnon, are you there? Maybe you could answer that in the interim.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
So,
good answer.
He's always succinct. Thanks, Dan. Can I get clarification? Would there be any sidewalks along existing transit routes that would not be plowed under scenario 2?
McKinnon.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to rely on Director Soldo for that level of detail. My understanding is that any of the transit routes that had sidewalks, the sidewalks on that particular street would be plowed. Whether or not there's certain radii or small sections that might not get plowed, I suspect not. I suspect they would get plowed, but if there's some anomalies out there, I'd have to rely on Edward for that.
Okay, and I don't want to get into that detail. I just wanted to verify that the sidewalks along transit routes is what this is detailing. Can I ask Mr. Zagaric then, given that ensuring that our sidewalks along transit routes are plowed for transit users and easy access, especially for people in wheelchairs and they need assistance in walking or traversing the sidewalk to get to the bus stop. Would our transit funding envelope be accessible for that type of operational service? I know it's not directly related to transit, but it most certainly makes transit routes accessible in the wintertime, which is something that I've heard many times from residents.
Mr. Zagaric?
Nobody wants to talk to me today, Mr. Mayor.
He's getting ready.
Sorry, Mike has to get ready.
Sorry. I was double muted. I apologize for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if just welcome the councillor to interrupt me if I misunderstood the question. If the councillor is speaking to some of the dedicated transit funding we receive from the provincial government, I don't believe that would be deemed at eligible costs, as those funds are applied towards capital costs, and on a limited basis, they are applied towards reducing the fare box rate. And that goes back, the reduction to the fare box rate goes back some time ago. So the majority of those funds are applied towards capital expenditures.
And is there federal gas tax money that was, I guess, at one point dedicated to transit or supposed to be dedicated to transit? Is that an option, Mr. Zagaric?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we do dedicate, I believe we're still dedicating approximately $3 million towards transit. And that $3 million is applied to offset when the provincial government stopped participating in the Ontario Bus Replacement Program. We had to fill that provincial funding room. And again, the federal gas tax revenue sharing does stipulate that it must be applied towards capital, such as the acquisition of equipment or facilities.
Yep.
Well, that was worth a shot, Mr. Mayor. I can see the validity of providing a service along sidewalks where the transit route is. And I am cautious about the extra expenditure that is going to be on the taxpayers in our community. Can I ask, would this type of service be area rated, where, you know, we have many rural residents who don't have sidewalks, so that they're not going to, and they don't get transit either. And transit, I believe is area rated still, rural versus urban. Would this be something that could fall into that category to Mr. Zagarek? And that would be my last question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, transit is area rated. It is area rated urban and rural. There are two boundaries. And sidewalks is area rated as well. So sidewalk maintenance is area rated urban and rural. If council were to approve a winter clearing program, we would have to work with our public works colleagues to understand what the cost is in the urban area, and the urban area is determined by the transit boundary, and the cost of winter sidewalk maintenance in the rural area. So again, as it relates to sidewalk maintenance, it is an area rated service. Sidewalk winter maintenance would be area rated unless council amended that policy, and it would be area rated urban and rural.
Thank you.
And so a quick supplementary, if I may, there are a number of sidewalks in Ward 9 that are already cleared because they are going along fences that are maintained by the city, or things along that nature, by municipal buildings and municipal parks, schools, et cetera, et cetera. So when those calculations are calculated, is that also included? I mean, recognizing that we are, for all intents and purposes, plowing some of these major transit routes already. In my ward specific, sorry.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I understand the question, whether or not existing winter maintenance costs would be incorporated into that determination of urban rural, the short answer would be yes. We would apply all costs within the urban boundary that is determined according to the transit boundary, and likewise we would work with Public Works to understand the costs of sidewalk maintenance in the rural area, and then we would apportion according to overall assessed value within those boundaries.
Thank you.
And finally, was that estimated cost that was provided for scenario 2 in the Public Works report, was it broken down to that level of detail, Mr. Zagarek, or was it just an estimate based on the kilometers of sidewalks?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the financials that were presented in the reports are based on a general levy. So assuming that it was not area rated, if it was applied across the city, and I'll ask Brian McMullen if I'm wrong to correct me. And again, if council chose to further investigate winter maintenance, and if council chose to continue to the area rating of sidewalk maintenance, we could report back as to what the urban versus rural impacts would be.
I think, Mr. Mayor, that would be something that we might want to see, but I think there is merit in looking at snow plowing of the transit routes. Those are all my comments, so thank you for the time today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said in committee and in several other debates over the last few years on this one, I bullishly believe that taxpayers may see this as a greater priority than other city public works services they currently receive that are also deemed priorities. And so I've emphasized and I'll reemphasize here the angle that we continue to debate this as a 100% new addition to the tax levy, but we're not re-examining current budgeted priorities and examining whether or not this could be a shifting of those existing resources. So through you to the city manager, I would ask that depending on where this lands now that it's there's an attempt on the floor to be reconsidered, but should it not, and understanding that we have official citywide surveys that take place with our city survey. We have another one coming up. I think it's sometime now, a year and a half. I'm not sure. Maybe you can tell me. But I'm very, very interested in seeing where this would land on a taxpayer priority basis. If the question of sidewalk snow removal landed in the next Our City survey, is that something that can happen through you, Mr. Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jeanette Smith, City Manager. Thank you for the question. And I believe it is 2022 for our next survey. I'm not in my office, so I can't confirm that date, but we certainly, with council direction, can add specific questions related to, I'm not a survey tool developer expert, but we could certainly talk to the external party that does the survey to see how the best way would be to obtain that information from the residents.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Mayor, it's because I believe that it's a greater priority than maybe some of us think. I thought Councillor Wilson sized it up nicely. Could have chosen a number of different demographics to speak toward, but the seniors was key. Councillor Jackson and I believe Nan from SAC Seniors Advisory Committee could confirm, I'm sure, that the Seniors Advisory Committee has already endorsed us getting into this level of sidewalk clearing like so many other communities, and I'll let Tom or Narinder speak to that. But to me, it just seems like the thing that more, not just the seniors, but certainly many of them in the downtown are talking about. And just finally, just on a positive note, this is something I failed to mention actually in the last couple of years, but certainly I'm regularly meeting with and talking to our frontliners, but a big thanks to our public works staff who do clear snow from our commercial corridor in the downtown and have for years, and they do a very good job of that. And I know the BIAs are appreciative as well. So I'll leave on a good note, but I'm glad to hear the response that I did hear from our city manager. And I don't think I need to formally move that, but I'm sure between now and the next few months, I can get some peace of mind that we'll have a way forward to officially include it in an official Our City survey, our next one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to the mover. I'm going to support the mover. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Janko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not to reiterate the debate at Public Works Committee, because it was a very in-depth discussion. But just a couple things that I think are relevant to areas outside of kind of the downtown core, speaking as a mountain councillor. I wasn't surprised at all to hear that Ward 8, along with Ward 7, were two of the highest areas for sidewalk snow clearing complaints in the city. That's consistent with what I hear from residents. And the two groups that we hear about consistently are, of course, that seniors population and also moms and dads with strollers, just trying to get out and get to, where they need to go on a snowy day. And it is a real challenge for those communities. And I don't know an initiative that fits our city motto better than to raise a child and age successfully than this initiative. It fits perfectly with those both groups that would benefit the most from this. On the mountain in Ward 8 specifically, as Councillor Clark mentioned, we already clear a lot of properties along the main corridors, the rear-facing lots, every transit stop. We're on contract to clear school properties and also adjacent to any of our parks. So we're already clearing significant portions of that. And the logistics of this make a lot of sense from an engineering standpoint. So instead of having multiple contractors, multiple companies doing bits and pieces here and there all the way along a route, you simply assign one contractor a route from A to B. They put their blade down and they drive straight through instead of having to, stop, move, pick up, go over here, go there, miss that spot, forgot about that. It makes it a whole lot simpler logistically. And just finally, the incremental cost, 2.34 million. I do hear concern from residents of, adding this to the tax base. I do hear concern from residents that this lets some of those commercial properties off the hook if we're going to be paying for to have their, for example, the car lots on Upper James, which never, ever, ever clear their snow. But I think this gives us an opportunity to refocus some of our enforcement efforts to where they're needed, which is in the neighborhoods and away from those commercial main streets. And it's also, a good compromise, in my opinion, anyway, to get out, start the program on the main streets, see if it's successful, see if it's meeting our residents' expectations, and at a very reasonable cost of, I think the average is $12 per household. And then decide from there whether that's something we want to go citywide, or if it's not working, to go back to what we were doing before. But just in my opinion, logistically, it makes a lot of sense just to, you put the Bobcat on the sidewalk and let them drive and clear the whole thing from end to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just a quick clarifying question, if I could, through you, General Manager Zagaric. In the cost breakdown that we heard of the total of $4.4 million versus the incremental increase of $2.34 million, that $2.34 million, is that $12 per household, or is that a different number, if I could, through you?
General Manager Seager.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll invite Brian McMullen, as he'll be more familiar with respect to the incremental costs that Councillor Nain is referring to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so through the chair, through the mayor, yeah, that is the incremental cost. The 2.34 million is the $12 per household across the entire city.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because there was a bit of confusion leaving Public Works meeting, so I appreciate that. Through you, Chair, on this one, my position still remains the same as we had a healthy discussion at Public Works about it. Many of the points have already been excellently raised by all of my colleagues previously speaking. I think fundamentally, if we think about our seniors population, if we think about the reality that Hamilton is home to the highest per capita number of folks living with disabilities in the city than any other city in Ontario, we kind of have to just really deal with the reality of who makes up our city and what their needs are. And so when we integrate a healthy and robust equity analysis to our public works, and specifically around sidewalk snow clearing, to me it becomes, as Councillor Wilson had indicated, not only a value-based discussion, but a prudent course of action in terms of allocating services based on the needs of our population. And the needs of our population are only going to continue to increase. Our age-friendly strategy that was fully endorsed by Council clearly indicates that in order for us to be an age-friendly city, we need to make sure that our roadways are accessible year-round, and that includes sidewalk snow clearing. We have heard very clearly from the seniors advisory table. We've also heard from almost every other equity seeking table, advisory table as well, that are bringing an intersectional lens to this work and this file specifically, that seniors, parents with strollers, people with disabilities, folks who do not have the privilege of owning their own vehicle and who rely on our excellent HSR transit system, all are indicating at an 80+% point in the survey that was conducted by staff that's accessible winter sidewalks is either extremely or very important for their livelihood and their ability to enjoy their city. And so I will also be supporting the motion that has been lifted as a seconder And to the point about the compromise approach, ideally, I would see in order to meet those values and meet those service needs as a municipality, we would be clearing all sidewalks. But from the perspective of how do we make sure that we are addressing the needs of transit, the needs of accessible roadway for our seniors, as well as enabling that to happen year round to avoid isolation and shut-in experiences by our residents, I think that this compromise solution of approaching 2.A is a feasible one and a prudent course of action for us to take as a council. So thank you again for lifting the motion and happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Last week at Public Works, I supported the what's being dubbed the compromise 2A option to have the city clear our main transit corridors. As a member, as one of your appointees on the Seniors Advisory Committee, to confirm Councillor Farr's recollection, they did a year ago, I think it was just prior to the pandemic, they passed a motion along and they stand by it unanimously that the city invest in some form of enhanced sidewalk snow clearing. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to mention that there's two things. One thing that I will loathe if this gets approved, and again, I'm supportive of this compromise for the transit corridor clearing. And then there's one thing I want to clarify with General Manager Dan McKinnon or Director Soldo in terms of expectations. If this if the city gets involved in what I'll call a partial sidewalk snow clearing. First of all, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Danko touched on it. If this gets approved, I will loathe the fact that multinational corporations, big corporations in our city, big businesses in our city that own a multitude of plazas will now no longer have to worry about snow clearing. And I'm sorry that will bother me enormously. That's the one thing that I will resent. Now, questions for you to General Manager McKinnon. Dan, if this gets approved, I want it to be as much in the public domain as possible in this early stage of this debate. What will be the threshold of when the city's hired new contractors with all the new equipment and all the new Bobcats? What will be the threshold of snow falling and the snow event finishing for you to send out the new equipment? Mr. Mayor, through you, please.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe just by way of a bit more background, just a reminder that if this was to get approved, that we would begin this service level in the fall, November, December of 2022. But if we went with, and forgive me, I think we were talking about either a service level 2A or a 2B. With a 2A, we would activate when there's an accumulation of 5 centimeters or greater. And 2A would mean that we would leave the sidewalk in a snowpack condition with de-icing material application. Level 2B would be same activation with at 5 centimeters or greater with a bare concrete application of salt. And so just by way of a reminder about the service level, those would be the triggers to start the sidewalk snow clearing. We would have within 24 hours of the termination of the snow event to try to achieve that service level. And so that means once the snow event is finished, we then have 24 hours to achieve those service levels that I just described. And recognizing that that's for an average snow event. And so we did have an event this year that was really extraordinary, and it was very difficult for us to meet that service level. But that would be the target service level that we would be looking to achieve.
Thank you.
So thank you, Dan. So Dan, just a supplementary, Mr. Mayor. So Dan, 5 centimeters, my old imperial scale says that's 2 inches. So if only an inch fell, but there was, let's say, partial ice storm with it, but it was less than your 5 centimeter threshold, if this gets approved, would the new equipment be out there cleaning the transit corridors? Through you, Mr. Mayor, please.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the service level would be 2 inches of snowfall would be the trigger. Certainly, if we see an anomaly or an unusual event where we're seeing an ice storm, we would use our judgment at that point to determine whether or not we were going to go out and apply salt for that example. Recognizing as well that what's happening in one part of the city can often be very different than what's happening in another part of the city. But in those rare examples where we might be experiencing an ice storm, we would use our best judgment to make the decisions in that moment.
Thank you very much, General Manager McKinnon. Again, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee that I serve on, I'm supportive of this compromise. And if it passes, great. If it doesn't, then like last week, I'll simply move to receive the overall report. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question and then a comment before we go to the vote. So my question through you to Mr. Sigarik, I heard you answer Councillor Clark's question about the tax cast money. And it had to go to capital projects, but not operational. And my question then would be, would the Bobcat purchases fall under that program? Because that would be considered a capital project.
General Manager Ziegler. Possibly Brian.
Through you, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Short answer is no. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Short answer is no. I don't. Sorry, I don't believe that. Agreement.
Mr.
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you.
if I may jump in there, the intent for us would be to do this through a contractor. So the city wouldn't be purchasing any equipment regardless. We'd be contracting this all out. So my expectation is that we would not be able to use those funds for that purpose.
Okay, thank you. But if the event we do need to purchase Bobcats to make up the difference and to fill in some gapping, I would really I would like to direct the staff to just investigate whether or not that those Bobcats would be covered under that program, because it would just make more cost efficient reasons. My comment before we finish is I heard earlier the very first speaker say that Mount Hope is really high numbers of seniors. And that is true. There are 3 villages on 20 Road. And I know that the former speaker knows of them quite well because her father-in-law lives there. All 3 villages pay for their own snow clearing, their own sidewalk clearing, their own recreation, because each one of those villages have their own rec center. So it's all done through their condo fees. So when I hear that the population of the seniors in Mount Hope is high, absolutely, but they're also self-contained. So I just want to put that for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Fair comment. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just have one question, and I was at the Public Works, obviously. And my question I wanted to direct to Mr. Soldo, because there was a question raised by a councillor earlier that if we could implement this and look at possibly implementing this for a year. Could you just clarify, Mr. Soldo, is the intention, would we be able to go out to a contract for 1 year to test this, so to speak?
Thank you. I don't know that Edward made it back on the call.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, wait a minute, wait. Edward Soldo, are you there, Edward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
And the audio is much better. Thank you.
In terms of putting in a contract, we wouldn't be looking at putting out a contract for 1 year. Those costs would be quite substantial. Any contractor who would take on an initiative of this size most likely doesn't have the equipment today and would be buying the equipment, and they would be wanting to spread those costs out over longer time periods. So we'd be looking at most likely a 5-year term that we'd be going out to the contracting industry with.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think you may also clarify, Mike, with regards to the costing, even on the option 1 or 2. I know it was mentioned that it's $13 on a residential, but that's on an average residential assessment. So Mr. Zagier can clarify that today is $380,000, or Brian McMullen, I see, has just popped on. That's $13 just on an average assessed home. So anything over that, it multiplies, correct?
Yes. So so through the mayor, so the $13 is on the average $381,000 home. That was option 2B. 2A was the $12.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the answers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I just have a couple more. It was mentioned, and I'm sorry through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't remember if it was Dan that mentioned it. We did hear a clarification that it would be 2 inches of snow, anything 2 inches or more, we would clear the sidewalk. Is that correct?
Edward Soldo is still on the call. I think he's the best guy to answer that. So Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through yourself to the councillor, the trigger for the activation would be 5 centimeters. So put that in perspective. If we had a snow event of 1 inch or say 2 centimeters, we would not be actually going out and cleaning the sidewalks.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, I mean, even at 1 inch, that's quite a bit of snow for a senior to walk in, you know, or for a buggy to be pushed. I mean, certainly, you know, I witnessed it in Waterdown with, you know, people kind of struggling at that. I guess the other question I have, though, it was mentioned that if it was more than that, the sidewalks could be cleared by the contractor because we would contract this out right across the entire city. Is that correct?
Mr. Soldo?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. The intent is if we have more than 2 centimeters, that's when we'd actually call the contractor out to clean the sidewalks along the priority 1 and 2-way roadways, which is primarily the transit routes. Hopefully that answers your question.
And so at that point that we do have the contractor go out and clear the sidewalks, is that going to take it down to bare pavement?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the sidewalk machines, they actually can't get it down to bare pavement. So what the end condition is a snowpack. So there will be some snow still on the sidewalk. Only with the application of salt could we get it down to a bare condition. So that would be scenario 2B versus 2A.
Okay, thank you. And so if the call was to put salt down, again, right across the city, would that be the contractor responsible to put the salt down, or would the city send staff out to do that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in scenario 2B,
Yes.
that cost goes up to 4.83 million. The contractor would be putting the salt down. They would have a salt bin in the back of their machine, and as they go along, they would be dropping the salt.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last question I have would be, I heard the term average timing to go out and clear these sidewalks. Did I hear it was within 24 hours of a snowstorm ending? Is that accurate?
Thank you through the mayor to the councillor.
Go ahead.
That is correct. It'd be 24 hours after the end of the winter event. And I do want to clarify that does not mean after the end of the last snowflake coming out of the sky. It is after the winter event. If there's blowing snow, we consider ourselves still to be within winter operations at that point. So it's the maximum would be 24 hours. Obviously, we would have some machinery out there right away, cleaning parts of the city closest to their yards. But our goal would be to achieve the entire city or entire route that we're undertaking by 24 hours.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments. You know, I really appreciate staff's continued reports on, you know, how to implement this and you know what the benefits would be and also what the challenges would be. And I can't imagine the phone calls that would be coming into our offices, all councillors, when the snow has stopped and the machines are not out there clearing the sidewalks. You know, we routinely, excuse me, in the wintertime, have the Bobcats clearing sidewalks in certain sections where we have city buildings in Waterdown. And, you know, 5 minutes later, a snowplow comes down the road and it fills the entire sidewalk back in again. and then that turns to ice because it has the salt in it. So in a case like that, would we be sending sidewalk clearing machine back out to do it again? I just think this is going to be very problematic. And I do understand. We have a lot of seniors and a lot of families in my communities as well. But it's, I just think that the expectation from our residents may be to get the sidewalks cleared, but I don't think their expectation is that they should have to pay for it on the levy. I think their expectation is that the city will do it and not have it as a cost to our residents. Their taxes are too high. And, I can't support this. I just feel that the expectations are not going to be met, and it's not going to be across the entire city. Within 24 hours or after 24 hours, to have every sidewalk down across the city is huge. I think it's unrealistic. And I think we're setting our residents up and setting ourselves up to fail on this one. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Councillors Pauls, Vanderbeek, and Clark for a second time. So Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to be clear that I think every councillor agrees that we want our city to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. That we all agree. And when Councillor Wilson was talking at first, she said that she mentioned my ward. There are a lot of complaints come in, even from Ward 7, Ward 8, and downtown area, the Hanson report. I just wanted to say that, yes, I have received a lot of complaints, but most of the complaints were that the job wasn't done properly on our roads. And I don't, they expect more. And like Councillor Partridge was saying, the demand of the service will be enhanced tremendously. But in saying that, I did not realize that the priority 1 transit cloud route, I think that's important. And I would support that because I think that is very important that people get to the HSR and get a ride and go there safely. But my concern about doing the whole city is this. We talk about it's only $13. And then we have $13 ingrained in our brain. That's all it is, $13. Think of the house values, what they are now. You can't even get a house for $350,000. They're close to $1 million now. And think about lumber, think about our food, everything goes up. So if we decide, yes, it's only $13 now, what will it be in 2-3 years? On an average house, let's say $500,000-600,000. So I don't see the prices staying low for doing this, but I do understand that it should be equity. Everybody should be able to walk safely. But there's a better way. I want to tell you that my husband Gordon and I were snow angels, and we enjoyed it tremendously in Ward 7. And we would go get our exercise and love it and talk to people. So I think that's exciting. Why don't we look into how we could help our seniors? Why don't we look how we could help others? And I think maybe that would be a better way. But like I said, I would support, I guess it was 2A, the priority for transit, but for all the city. And another thing, the main complaint I got was the city wrecked my lawn, or the city, I need a new grass. I had to go to somebody's house and take a picture, and there was, half of her grass taken out. So we will have more issues and not have a solution for it, except how do we solve those problems? So like I said again, I want our city to be the best place, and we all do. And age successfully. So thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, the doing snow clearing on all of our streets is not the recommendation that we're dealing with right now. This is only, on the transit route roadways. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to likely to Edward Soldo, if he is still able to talk. Mr. Soldo, can you tell me how much of these routes are currently already done? Like what is this going to add to the transit routes?
Soldo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, underneath scenario 2A, which is the scenario that's been identified in the motion, we would be clearing 1,180 kilometers of sidewalk, and that includes the existing 397 kilometers that we currently clear, either being the school areas, the back lots, properties that we own. So that would add just over 780 odd kilometers to the network that we are clearing.
So roughly 2/3, a 2/3 increase.
It's going to go from 16% to 48.2%.
Okay. And it is not going to clear it to Bear, and it is not going to start until 24 hours after the last of the event. So it stopped snowing at 5 p.m. and it stops blowing at 9 p.m. and at 2 a.m. it starts snowing again. What's the scenario, sir?
Soldo.
Thank you, Thea Mayor. If I could just clarify there, in terms of when we would be finished clearing is 24 hours after we declare the event over. So if it, I'll just walk through a scenario. If it stops snowing at 7, we declare the event over at 9, the city would clean the sidewalks within 24 hours. So the next morning by 9 o'clock, that would be our goal to actually complete the snow clearing. If it starts snowing again during the day, similar to the bylaw we currently have in place, it resets the clock. So, if we're getting out there and it starts snowing again, we would most likely pull the machines off because we'd be waiting for that next snow event to end. That would result in an accumulation of snow.
And so through you, Mr. Mayor, so Mr. Soldo, would the 24 hours start again when that snowstorm ended?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. So our goal would be to be finished 24 hours after the next snowfall event.
Okay. So I think those are the questions that I have. Quite a few questions here, but I think most of them have actually been answered. The snow damage, the spring damage, we already have spring damage. So have you looked at, I know this question was asked, I don't think it was asked at the last meeting, but at the Public Works meeting before when we talked about snow clearing. Have you had an opportunity to look at what kind of costs might be involved in the repair that would have to be undertaken because of damage, because the snowplows can't see the edge of the sidewalk?
You, Edward, is it claims for damages?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, speaking on past experience and in terms of having discussions with other municipalities that provide this service, we're estimating a typical winter season would result in about $75,000 to $100,000 of damage that we'd have to come back and clear. That could involve anything such as damage to the sod on people's lawns. If people have sprinkler heads within the right of way, they might get damaged, or if you have, say, flower baskets or boxes along there. So it is a difficult number to ascertain at this moment, just given that we do not provide the service, but we estimate it's about $100,000.
Thank you, sir. I have one more quick question and then just a small comment. Mr. Soldo, when they are clearing these sidewalks, so let's use the transit. We're only talking about transit routes, priority transit roads with transit routes. So when they're clearing these sidewalks, many of those sidewalks are 10 feet wide. Are they going to clear the whole sidewalk or are they going to clear a hole down the middle?
Soldo?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. We would be sending out equipment with standard size blades. So what we'd be looking at is clearing 1.5 meters worth of sidewalk along those routes. In areas where that sidewalk is larger, primarily maybe in the downtowns, it may already be covered by some other snow clearing. And then we'd have to look at each individual case in terms of, do we go back? But our standard would be 1.5 meters pathway.
Thank you. And they're not going to be bare. So the property owners are all going to, if you could just confirm, I wasn't going to ask this question, but I am going to because of this. If you could just confirm the property owner will still have to go out and shovel the sidewalk to get it bare, to conform with our bylaw. Is that correct, Mr. Soldo?
Through the mayor to the councillor, our end condition would be snowpack. So it will not be down to bare.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, I'm struggling with this because I do understand. I do understand the need to have sidewalks clear and have them accessible for pedestrians, and whether those are moms with kids or someone with disabilities or seniors. And I can tell you that in my ward, I have a great number, and in my urban area of my ward, I have a great number of seniors. I really am not getting complaints about sidewalks not being done. I mean, I get the odd one, but I'm not getting numerous complaints about sidewalks not getting done. I'm getting complaints because the snowplow comes down and fills in the driveway approach. I'm getting complaints because the snowplow came down and covered up the car. I'm getting complaints because they're not there yet. I'm getting complaints because there's damage on the roads that I have in my urban area that don't have sidewalks and don't have curbs. I'm dealing with those. I'm really struggling with the fact that the emails, and I have not had a lot, the emails that I have received about snow clearing are clearly expecting their sidewalk is going to be cleared and they are not going to have to shovel it. And that really concerns me because no matter how many times we say it's got to be 5 centimeters, 2 inches, it's not going to be to bare sidewalk. You still have to shovel your sidewalk. It's not going to be your residential street here. This is not about residential streets. It's about transit routes. Doesn't matter how many times we say that. People are talking about everybody needs a cleared sidewalk. They're not going to be able to walk out the door and go to work and guarantee their sidewalk's going to be clear. They're not going to be able to take their buggy with their children to take them to school and guarantee the sidewalks are going to be clear. Depending on when the snow stops, depending on how much snow there is, their sidewalk might be clear, but 3 blocks down might not be. Whereas when I drive around during snowstorms, I see people out shoveling sidewalks during the storm so that when the storm's over, their sidewalk is virtually clear. It's a really difficult situation. It's not $13 a house. That's $13 per $380,000 worth of assessed value. So if your house is worth $1 million, if you do the math, if that's okay with you, that's fine. There are people right now who are struggling to keep their house. It's a pandemic. It's a global pandemic. It's not an economy glitch in Hamilton. People are struggling. And we hear it at every meeting about how people in our wards are struggling. And now we're going to charge them more money. And we're not going to give them the service they're expecting. And that's my concern. we're not going to be able to meet that expectation unless we find a way to do all the streets and do them bare. We're not going to meet that expectation. And I'm really struggling with this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark, second time.
Sorry about that. I was having difficulty finding the right button. Just two quick questions, just for clarification for myself, and then a really fast comment. Damage to the sod has been mentioned. It happens already because I have a lot of sidewalks that are cleared along the main drags in my ward by the city. And the contractors that are doing that, do the contractors pay to repair the sod if they go off the sidewalk and rip up the sod?
Thank you. Mr. Soldo or?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
The intent is to have within the contract language that speaks to the contractor fixing areas that are damaged. I can tell you that sometimes it's very difficult to determine how that damage was caused. So while we may have language to that effect within the contract, usually the city will have to sometimes come back and deal with that damage.
So if it's an egregious damage that's been caused because, I mean, they went way off course or whatever happened, there's language in the contract that enables to go after those costs. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that would be our intent. It is sometimes very difficult for the operators to see where that sidewalk is. Once you have 6 inches of snow on a roadway, it's all flat. You really can't tell where the sidewalk is. So there would be, hopefully some language in there that we would move forward with. But just speaking on past experience, sometimes it's very difficult to determine who is responsible for the damage.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so can I just get clarification on a few things? Sidewalk clearing currently, as it is now, I can only go by my ward. So in front of municipal parks, we clear the snow on those sidewalks. Is that correct?
Soldo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the councillor, that is correct. We clean the sidewalk along city-owned frontages, along rear-facing lots, and under contract, we also clean it for the school boards.
And libraries would be included?
Through the mayor to the councillor, all city-owned properties.
And rear-facing lots, correct?
That's correct.
And the last question to Mr. Zegeric, how difficult would it be to get a more exact costing with regards to area rating and the sidewalks that are already being cleared? Because candidly, in my ward, I have a lot of sidewalks that are being cleared just the way the ward was developed and built. It's not the norm with everyone else. So we already have that in my ward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll invite Brian McMullen, as it'll be his team that would undertake the analysis. My understanding of the option that council is considering, it's tied to transit corridors, and so I'll make the assumption it would all fall within the urban boundary. I spoke previously to area rating of sidewalks, urban rural, according to the transit boundary. And so given the option that council is speaking to aligns to the transit system and corridors, I would assume staff would simply take the costs associated with this option and apply it towards the assessment within the current urban boundary. And so I'll make an assumption that staff could turn this work around maybe by June, July, but I'll invite Brian because I don't want to be overly optimistic as it relates to effort and the ability to turn this around.
Thank you. Mr. McMullen.
Yeah, through the mayor. Yeah, so that's correct. Yeah, we could probably get it turned around because a lot of that work we've already done with the existing tax policy. It's just it'll be new costs, obviously.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, candidly, I'm very keen in seeing that information because I think that could change the number. I'm not sure how dramatically it would change the number, but it would change the number. To my colleagues, I'm not overly sensitive about expectations. Perhaps it's because of my experience in my ward. I'm finding that the residential streets, the folks are out there, as I think it was Councillor Partridge or Councillor Johnson, they're out there doing that work every winter. And I can speak in terms of my community, my street actually. My neighbor to the right owns a business. My neighbor to the left owns a business. So if it snows and I get home first, then I get the shovel out and I'll shovel not only my sidewalk, but my neighbor's sidewalks on both sides. My neighbors across the road do the same thing. And in a large snowfall, those with snow blowers, those powerful machines, they come out and they assist me because I don't have a snowblower. So it's kind of a community thing. We just do it. That's what we've come to expect. Very few houses are not clearing the sidewalks in my ward. Some businesses don't. We address it through the bylaw. I'm still keen to see the financials on option 2 so that we can really understand what the expectations are when area rating addresses it. Because I do have 75% of my ward is rural. So that number might change. It might go up because we're only looking at the urban area within my ward. Then it might go down because we're already doing an awful lot of municipally our sidewalks that are already our responsibility under agreements that we have currently. So I would be keen to see that. If it's the intention that it get passed today, then I would at the appropriate time suggest deferring it just to get that final financial report from our staff. I know I'm asking an awful lot of staff, but this has been pushed back and forth many times, almost like a ping pong ball. I would like to have a good understanding on what those numbers are so that I can share that with my broader community. And I think my broader community understands the need, the obligation that we have to keep the transit routes clear so that people can get to the buses in the wintertime. No one's disputing that. It's just trying to understand the numbers and make sure that the public is well aware and that they can accept those increased costs on the taxes. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, and then sounds like we can wrap it up. My question to probably Edward Soldo is, in Waterdown, we're now implementing on-demand transit. And on-demand transit goes to every street in Waterdown. That is the transit route. So am I now hearing that all the sidewalks in Waterdown will be cleared? And what's that going to do to the cost, please? Has that been considered?
Thank you to the mayor, to the councillor. When this scenario was developed, it was based on clearing sidewalks on priority 1 and 2A roadways. So those are primarily the higher level roadways within the city. Does not include residential roadways. Those are the roadways where the majority of transit routes are, and that is how we came up with this scenario. There may be a scenario where a transit route might go down a collector roadway. We would look at including that as well as part of this. But in terms of the scenario that you have presented, that hasn't been included in terms of our evaluation.
Well, I raise it. I didn't think it had been included, so I appreciate your answer very much. But I raise it because effectively, on-demand transit, wherever you live in an urban area, and you call, and the transit and the bus shows up at your door and picks you up, that is a priority bus route. So, you know, I would suggest that that scenario needs to be looked at. So I'm just putting it out there, but you know, I think on-demand transit is going to be, I think, hugely popular in Waterdown, and you know, could be rolled out across the city in certain suburban areas. So I think a conversation with the HSR folks. We had a meeting on this week, and it never really occurred to me until we just got into this conversation. But you know, the on-demand really makes every street a priority bus route. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor. It was duly moved and seconded. I'm going to call the question at this point, unless there's any other recommendations. Councillor Clark.
So I'm asking, how do we get the area rated and the actual financial numbers if it's not included currently? I guess the only way I could do that is to defer it until staff can come back with that report. Is that where we are, sir?
That's what you could do, yes. You can.
Okay, so then I
would to defer the report for more information.
So then I would move to defer the report to get specific information with regards to the costs as a result of area rating and the sidewalks that are already being cleared along the transit route.
Okay, thank you.
If there's a seconder.
Yep. Councillor Johnson is seconding that. Any other comments on that direction? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not normally my position. I think typically I encourage and support members of council when they're seeking additional information. But let me tell you why I think this direction is troublesome. And it's for the reasons in which I alluded to at the beginning of this debate. If we are going to, on matters of equity and health, continue to travel down a path of we're only going to pay for those things which we think we're going to use or our residents are going to use, I think that is a recipe for a disastrous, inequitable, unsustainable, and not a prosperous outcome. And I think it will be bookmarked for many of residents across this city when I try and make my case for them to be generous in their support for services, for centers, for programs which they will never ever use. It is so troubling to me that is the framework in which we're going to assess things which we know some of our residents are more susceptible to than others. But if anything, COVID-19 has taught us that there is no separation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I thought it was a deferral motion, and I'm not sure it's debatable.
Yeah, and you know, I was going to let the councillor finish before I actually got to that, so I was mistaken in letting it go that far, but it is not debatable.
I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Madam.
Appreciate that.
No, it's okay. That was my mistake, my error. Madam Clerk, just to confirm, is this this deferral motion debatable or no? Just to be clear.
Mr. Mayor, a motion to defer is not debatable.
Thank you. So we have a motion to defer on the floor. If you don't want to defer it, then you will vote no. And if you do want to defer it for additional information, you would vote yes. So we're going to call the question on it now, see where we are, and we'll take it from there. So on the motion to defer, all those in favor or opposed, when the vote pops up, let the clerk.
There's a question from the floor.
Question from, sorry, Councilor Farr?
On the deferral motion in front of us, there's no date, so when would it come back for you to, I guess,
as soon as
Public Works
possible,
staff.
but as soon as the staff can provide the information. Councillor Clark? You wanna
Yeah,
voice that?
I'm sorry, and I apologize for saying, come on, I didn't know that my microphone was on. That was rude of me. I didn't know my mic was on, but the point of order was appropriate. With regards to the question by Councillor Farr, I did ask that question of Mr. Zagaric, and I think, if I recall, he indicated by June. But we could confirm that with Mr. Zagaric, and I'm happy to put that in the deferral motion if that's an appropriate friendly amendment, sir.
Thank you. And Brian, when did you have some additional information back on it?
Yeah, so through the mayor, I've checked with staff. Yeah, they're going to turn it around as quickly as possible. So we'll have that hopefully before June, but I guess that'll depend on the timing of the committee reports. Which committee would we like to go back to?
Traditionally, it would go back to Public Works.
Okay.
So are we good with that? So do we need to put in June or just as soon as possible?
Mr. Mayor, a date should be placed in the motion.
Thank you.
Then I would suggest June, sir. Thank you.
Endo?
I'm comfortable with that, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if I still have the floor through you to the clerks, then just to confirm, does it not come back to council or would it go back to Public Works since it was pulled from the agenda here? Just to confirm. Sorry, I just want to know.
Through to the clerk.
Through the mayor, it goes back to committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to defer to get additional information by June 30th. All those in favor of that or those opposed?
We're just waiting on Councillor Collins.
Yep.
And that is defeated 7-8.
Okay, thank you. We now have the main floor. The main motion being A and B, which is the scenario 2, priority 1, 2A roadways, and B, that staff bring back an implementation plan on level scenario 2A as outlined in the report. We just had the great debate on that one. I don't think we need to do it again. So let's call the question on that. All those in favor of that recommendation or opposed? And the clerk will put the vote up. Everyone's able to vote, Madam Clerk? Collins? Able to indicate, normally does on the chat.
And that is carried 9-6, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And there are other items in the Public Works. Any other items that members of Public Works would, or anyone else would like to speak to? Being not, so on the Public Works report as amended, moved and seconded, all in favor?
That is carried 15-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn to the Planning Committee. 21006, Councillor Danko, a motion to put the report on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the Planning Committee Report 21-006, being the meeting held on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I understand, Councillor Farr, you have an amendment on item 9, which I'm sure is an item that most everyone might want to speak to in any event. So your amendment, first of all.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And it's in the report, page 8 of 26, if you want to follow along. Item G, number 2, you'll note I had started the conversation on through properties by a site-specific amendment I brought forward, and as it turns out now, it's a duplication because I believe Councillor Wilson moved a further amendment on through lots to be amended across the board and permitted. So this is just me taking out my site-specific through lot example from Bruce, since we approved the citywide through lot amendment that followed.
Okay.
And that'll be seconded by Councillor Collins.
Okay, thank you. So on the amendments,
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I don't think I can get Councillor Collins to second. I don't think Councillor Wilson will second that. Thank you, and I apologize for that. Thank you.
so just to be clear, it's to add a site-specific exception for the through lot properties located at number 12 and 26 Bruce Street as a front line, so that these properties would be permitted to have a detached secondary dwelling in the Hamilton, that was to be removed. That's your amendment.
Correct, because we're covering, those are through lots, and following this approval, we had many amendments. We did some good committee work on this in 2 straight occasions. Councillor Wilson came with a motion that actually took the site-specific Bruce Street right out and made it carte blanche across the board for all through lots. So yeah, it's repetitive, not needed.
Right.
Thank you.
So on that amendment, any comments on the amendment? Okay, well, let's vote on the amendment and have that removed. So I'll call the question on that now. All in favor of the amendment?
And that amendment is carried 15-0.
Thank you. And on the motion, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is about the secondary dwelling units and approving them across the city. I will be strongly opposed. If you recall, Mr. Mayor, last fall, I think I may have been 1 or 2 of the only members of council back then that was opposed to going down this path. I kind of soothsayered the fact that I suspected, unfortunately, planning and legal department would be coming back with a recommendation to support secondary dwelling units. Mr. Mayor, my ward had a large segment, I'd say about 50 deputations during the public consultation period of late last year for secondary dwelling units, and a strong, overwhelming sentiment of people being opposed to them, unless there could be 2 stipulations, Mr. Mayor. I fought hard with planning and legal, Mr. Mayor, to get an owner-occupied stipulation in allowing before allowing a secondary dwelling unit at a particular property. Planning and legal said not possible. And then I did some research with a couple other municipalities, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to introduce a good neighbor policy component before any secondary dwelling units would be approved. And again, planning and legal basically told me not possible. Bill 108 basically says can't do it, whatever. So I must say, Mr. Mayor, in spite of all the work the planning department primarily have done on this file, I'm disappointed that planning and legal didn't dig down a little deeper to understand potential downsides to allowing secondary dwelling units. Now, Mr. Mayor, I get it. The most of the affirmative and people who are supporting and promoting secondary dwelling units, I'll be honest, at least through my office, most of the pro side have been primarily from wards 1, 2, and 3. And I get it, Mr. Mayor. It's about, the theme was to allow grandmother to come home and live with the family. How wonderful, how noble to make an extra space and legalize it. Or to allow the college kid to come back home, live with the parents again, make an extra unit. I get it. Very noble. I don't have a problem with that, because in each of those circumstances, they would be owner occupied with the principal residence still registered on title. Without that, Mr. Mayor, and without a good neighbor policy, and in light of what's happening across our city, with conversions happening all over the place of single family dwellings into 2-unit dwellings and rentals, and many by absentee out-of-town landlords, unscrupulous owners, don't give a rip about pride of ownership. If council supports this today, you are exacerbating that problem, that issue, and it's going to be, in my humble opinion, Mr. Mayor, further wide open to abuse. And there's a point in time where, Mr. Mayor, you've got to just draw a line in the sand. And here we go. I'm going to hear, I'm sure, from some in the community that, you know, this is the motherhood thing, the right thing to do, affordable housing supply, may help to stem a little bit of urban boundary expansion. Again, I wish this could be a ward-specific document. We have ward-specific documents to help wards 1 and ward 8 when it comes to the educational institutions in their areas. So don't tell me, anyone, that, Councillor, we can't make this ward specific. No, we have policies that can be ward specific. I just illustrated one there with wards 1 and 8 and how their neighborhoods have tried to deal with the expansion of student housing in their neighborhoods. But Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I don't think planning and legal listen carefully enough. I know the sentiment in my community, the pride of ownership, and a lot of these conversions, sadly, has been lost. I don't mean to stereotype at all, but unfortunately, again, primarily with out-of-town absentee landlords, this properties are going to be gobbled up. Secondary dwelling units will give a further crack in the door to allow those, Mr. Mayor, that don't care about property standards, good neighbor policy, maintenance of the existing property, because they're not the principal resident, they don't live there. This is going to be so wide open to abuse. I want to get on the record right now that I'll be strongly opposed to it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillors Pearson and Councillor Johnson. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the former councillor's comments, but if staff could just elaborate, because I believe at the meeting, it was stated that if we do not implement this bylaw, this direction, that the province will initiate and have control. Could staff please just reiterate?
Who on staff is here? Is Joanne Dickey Evans? Or Jason?
So through you, Mr. Chair,
Thanks, Jason.
Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. I'll start, and then either Joanne or Steve can elaborate. What we had presented with Planning Committee was that the Planning Act does require, so the province does require the permission of accessory dwelling units, both one within the principal unit as well as a detached, subject to regulations. And so the report that you have in front of you today would establish what those regulations would be within the city of Hamilton. So I'll let either Joanne or Steve elaborate from there.
Okay, thank you. Joanne?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, further to what Jason said, we totally agree with him. The province has directed through Bill 108, and one of the things that we're taking pride in with these regulations is a Made in Hamilton solution.
Right.
So we've developed a series of regulations that are based on a number of considerations that Hamilton has. Other municipalities may not, but we feel that we've struck a balance between neighborhood impacts, climate change, privacy, increasing the supply of housing opportunities across the city.
Councillor Pearson?
Yep, thank you for that, and thank you both, Jason and Joanne. So I am supporting this, and I can tell you, for me, it's been the issue of the granny suites, and I have a number of homeowners in my ward that have come forward over the years trying to implement and get granny suites, separate units on their properties, etc. The cost is just outrageous until this gets brought in and put in place. The cost to pursue variances, etc., and development charges, the whole gambit, it was quite astounding for someone to just want to have a unit for mom to be able to move in, have her own quality of life in her own little space, but be within reach of the family home. So I am supportive of this. I can tell you that Committee of Adjustments is already handling a number of applications that are already going through for secondary units on properties. And, you know, these are under the current rules now, but I am supportive of this. It is a difficult one. And you know, I think was also mentioned, we heard earlier, we're hearing don't expand the urban boundary. I heard that loud and clear at our comprehensive review, boundary review, that there's a strong proponent or strong community voice out there saying do not expand the urban boundary. And I'm going, then tell me how we address the growth and the people that want to come to the city if we don't have some more tools in the toolbox to allow it. So I am supportive of, I appreciate the answers that were given. We have to do this. And I also appreciate that staff really did review the options and gave us a good made in Hamilton solution. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. And I just have a comment before we go to the vote. I just want to remind my colleagues that early on in my career here as a councillor, we took a secondary unit to the OMB, and this is on the southeast corner of Rymel and Upper James, where the former township of Glanbrook meets the former city of Hamilton. And we took it to the OMB because all the policies said no, and we lost big. We lost hands down. So I am completely supportive of secondary units attached to the homestead, especially in the rural areas. And I'll just go through the list. Servicing is not a problem because it's private. It is septic, it's well, or it's cistern. The owner has to prove they have the capacity. The lots are large enough that setbacks are never an issue. Neighbors may not even know or be aware, so there should be no problem with the parking or driveways. Rentals are not likely in the rural area because of lack of convenience. And most of them are built for the elders to help on the farm or to help with the family. And how do I know this? Because at one time they were allowed in the rural areas. And there are few of them out there, in fact, many of them out there, and they are for the family. So I'm not supportive of second dwelling in the rural area because I think it sets it up for a severance, which is completely against the Greenbelt, against our rural policies. So again, I'm supportive of the secondary unit being attached to the homestead, and it has my 100% support on this. We have lots of farmers, we have lots of people out in the rural area who want to keep their family unit together, and this is a perfect way of doing it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Jackson because everything he said is what I'm facing in Ward 7. This morning, I had to go to somebody's house because they're upset that they live in a 800 square feet home, and the house next to it is building a 3-story, and they're going to turn their backyard into parking for 4 people, 4 parking spots. And people always say, yeah, it's a good thing, but not in my neighborhood. I just want to ask, Bill 108, made in Hamilton, what were the conditions? Neighborhood impact, climate change? Can you repeat it again, please?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Pauls. When we were developing the regulations, there were a number of things we considered, which you listed: neighborhood privacy and character, climate change, health and safety, and climate change, health and safety, community character, and privacy. Yeah, four of them generally. And the Made in Hamilton solution was developing regulations for Hamilton because Bill 108 simply sets the requirement for a detached and an accessory on one lot.
Thank you for that. You know, it's really interesting. The people that are doing this, they don't live in Hamilton. The 2 places that are being looked at, they live in Mississauga and one in Toronto. They are buying cheaper homes in Hamilton. And I found out today that the person that bought this house a few months ago also went to St. Catharines. They went to more west to buy some more homes, and they're doing this. So I'm wondering who really benefits. I find people are benefiting from outside of Hamilton, even though, you know, we have rental places, but the rents are high as well. The thing that really, I agree the granny suites, like, and I just want to ask, what's the difference between granny suite and 2 dwelling units? Somebody asked me that. Is a granny suite just somebody moving in your house because it's your mother or your mother-in-law? Can you answer that, please?
Yep.
Through you,
Joanne?
Mr. Mayor. Granny Suite is another name for what we are considering a secondary dwelling unit detached. Sometimes they're called granny suites, coat houses, laneway houses. There's a number of names that are given to it. Whereas we use the term accessory apartment, that would mean within the existing home, and you add a new unit within the existing home. So that's it's nomenclature.
Well, in my area, I know there's a lot of opposition because the neighborhoods sometimes are too small to sustain more than one family in an area. I don't know if everybody know, I'm moving in with my mother-in-law because she needs help. So I sold my house to move in to help her and stay there because she does not want to go in a nursing home. And I think that kind of support, having your children come in and put an extra bedroom or improve your basement, those are things that we can all do. So I will not be supporting it for that reason. I do understand urban sprawl, we don't want to sprawl. I understand that as well. But in my area, honestly, the last couple of weeks, I've had people calling me saying that they do not want it. Parking is always a problem, always. Everybody thinks, oh, it's okay, you know, they might not have a car, it's closer to a bus station, a bus route, and usually people have 1 or 2 more cars. So I will not be supporting it, and those are my reasons. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Jackson, for explaining it better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask a couple of quick questions here? First, to start off, so this is a new residential zoning bylaw. It unifies our residential zoning bylaws across the entire city. And I was under the impression that in the old city of Hamilton, secondary dwelling units were already permitted. And this residential zoning bylaw enables it now in wards 9 through 15.
Joanne?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark, that is correct.
So it's already permitted in wards 1 through 8, secondary dwelling units. What we're now doing is enabling it in wards that we're not allowed to have secondary dwelling units. And it was a rezoning issue that we had to deal with across the board in those suburban areas, which was very expensive. Can I ask the secondary dwelling units, we're really talking about 1 additional unit per house. We're not, as I understand it anyways, we're not talking about 4plexes and triplexes and 5plexes, or I don't know how many plexes you can have before you have an apartment building. But that would be separate from this bylaw. Is that correct, or maybe I misunderstood it?
Joanne,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark. Firstly, one thing I do want to clarify, in terms of the old city of Hamilton, it was only allowed as an accessory apartment. The addition of the detached unit is a citywide issue, and that came in through Bill 108.
Mm-hmm.
And it's to allow a maximum of 1 apartment in an existing home and 1 detached unit. So there's no 4plexes, 5plexes, or 6plexes. That would be a separate and distinct rezoning that would be required.
So in wards 1 through 8, a secondary unit within the dwelling itself, for example, a basement apartment, was already permitted. It was not permitted in the suburban wards under the old bylaws. So that's the change there. And then the change for everybody is the addition of a potential for a detached unit, like a laneway home or something to that effect. Is that what I understood you to say, Joanne?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Clark, yes. Now, some of the former municipalities allowed accessory apartments, but with very stringent conditions, whether that be an age of the dwelling unit or it was allowed in 1 zone. It wasn't as widely held is in zoning bylaw 6593. In terms of the detached units, you may recall we did a pilot project for parts wards 1, 2, 3, and 4 back in 2018. So there was a limited number, but again, it was only on a laneway. So this has expanded permissions greatly.
And to be fair, I think I heard earlier, this we're required to allow as a right secondary units and one detached unit. And we're simply putting into a bylaw what we are required to do by the province, and we try to make it specific to the experiences of the citizens of Hamilton, the residents of Hamilton. Is that's correct what we've done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
So some quick comments, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we're going down this road because it was an inequitable bylaw that existed before. And it was hard for me to explain to residents in Ward 9 why they had to spend $100,000 plus rezoning a property to allow them to have a secondary unit when they didn't have to do that on the mountain wards in Hamilton, for example. So we are making the system citywide, which I think is an excellent idea. I am concerned that the secondary units, as it is currently written, will not be affordable. My expectation, based on what I'm seeing, is that basement apartments are in some areas going as high as $2,200 a month. That's really high rent. And I'm not sure if in the future we can look at the bylaw to amend it to provide incentives to provide affordable secondary dwelling units. I'm not sure if we even have that authority. It's something that we would have to look further into. But the original push for secondary units was the desire to provide additional affordable housing. And what this housing as a commodity market has done in Ontario is it has dramatically increased the rents that are being paid for apartment dwellings or turning your garage into an apartment, very small spaces. And I can recall early on in my public life, seeing rents of $400, $600 a month for a small apartment as a secondary unit to offset mortgage payments and things like that, and everyone was happy with it. Now the costs are very high, and it's almost a business, as Councillor Pauls and Councillor Jackson has indicated. Some people are doing, and so that I'm concerned about. I'm not sure if there's something that we can do in the future to incentivize affordable housing in secondary dwelling units. But it's something that perhaps we should be looking at. I understand that it's going to be challenging in some neighborhoods. I understand that some neighbors in my own ward are confused. They thought that, the house across the street was going to be able to be turned into a 4-unit house. And that's not what this bylaw does. This bylaw is very specific to single units. And I'm okay with that. It will be a bit of a process to educate the broader public as this comes along. But I think we need to be very clear with people. This was a decision that the provincial government, it was Premier McGuinty that first brought it in as a right to have secondary units, or granny flats, as I think he called them at the time. And this government has continued down that road, and it is an attempt to minimize the impacts on urban boundary expansion. But we'll have to wait and see just how affordable it will be, because some of the things that I talked about perhaps at some point, Mr. Mayor, Mr. John could speak to how we will make secondary dwelling units as affordable rental housing units. But I support what is before us today, and I'll leave it to you at the appropriate time to have maybe Mr. John speak to that issue. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Farr this moment. Councillor Farr.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just on those last comments, one of the many things we talked about over the course of a few meetings on this issue was, increasing rental stock supply and rent demands falling accordingly. And certainly that was a point of many points made. A very good debate chaired by Councillor Danko the other day in Planning Committee. Staff absolutely received kudos at committee and should, I think, here at ratification, they definitely excelled in the development of what is before us. And with that, I'll turn to somebody who worked so hard on this file that yesterday she announced her retirement. So through you to Joanne, really very key points for those who really don't want to support this, who haven't traditionally supported it, made by the previous speaker and by yourself, confirming that we're really just filling in the gaps in our current 05200, and we can fill them in as a city, as governors of this city, as a planning committee and a council, or we can let the province. In 2019, Bill 108 was passed, and we are where we are right now. We're required to permit SDUs in our OP, in our zoning, and we already approved those amendments back in, I think, September 2020. So what we have here is, as you say, a made in Hamilton solution. So this also gets those interested in making these investments the deals that are attached to these amendments, correct? The parkland dedication, the 600 cap or 650 cap at Committee of Adjustment, those sorts of things as well, as part of our Made in Hamilton solution, correct? Through you, Joanne?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Farr, yes. To Councillor Clark's comment about incentives, there were two things that have been introduced. One was dealing with parkland dedication so that we would extend the flat rate to both of the SDUs, which at the current rate's $1,000 as opposed to the 5% that we did before. So that is definitely an incentive. And the second one is dealing with the minor variance fee to establish it at $600 as opposed to, I think it was in the order of 3,000 for others.
And through you, Chair, to Joanne, we also had a good number. I think there was 5, maybe 6 amendments that committee put on the floor and passed. Councillor Danko with the maximum 2 bedrooms. We had the through lots, which we dealt with the amendment moments ago, and a number of others. And again, you could consider that through you, Chair, we doing our work. And if we weren't doing our work, coming up with these, I think some of them very creative, made in Hamilton solutions, the province essentially could and would step in to do it for us, making solutions for Hamilton as a province, as opposed to us making the appropriate 05200 amendments. Through you, Chair.
Joanne?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, real quick, I support this. Really want to thank again Joanne and Tim and everyone. This really started in the 90s. And I said in committee, and I'll say again, we should celebrate that there is interest burgeoning out there from our residents. I think we dealt with it enough that it's got the coverage, and I know there's a number of people now in my ward interested, including laneways, which I was a bit off what that we only really had one interested party up until now. There's many now, laneway homes. So we're allowing parents to age in place, neighbors and neighborhoods can thrive. Small business will do better. We'll get jobs out of this. There's neighborhood safety elements to this argument. Of course, gentle intensification. So many of our delegates on this issue at committee talked about that. It's neighborhood beautification. And again, to conclude, it's affordability. If you increase the rental stock supply, in all likelihood, we should hopefully see conversely some rent demands decrease. And I will look forward to hearing Edward John speak to that if he does that this meeting or not. So thank you. I'm supportive, and certainly we want to control this, colleagues, here and now, rather than not support it and it be completely out of our hands.
Okay, thank you. Second time, Councillor Clark. Question?
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Farr asking the question of Ms. Hickey Evans, trying to clarify the affordability. So I'm trying to understand then how we're encouraging affordable rental units. If we're eliminating that cost, nothing stops the renter from just taking that as a bonus, if you will, and still charging exorbitant rents of $2,000 a month. Is there something that we can do to further encourage that affordable rent aspect on these units? To Mr. Thorne or Mr. John?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and then maybe Mr. John can elaborate, because I know that housing has been looking at some potential programs that could be brought in if and when the zoning is updated. Really, updating the zoning has to be the first step to remove that barrier to establishing them. The councilor is correct. What would be in place here would be for market rental units. I think the experience in other jurisdictions is that when it comes to accessory apartments, they do run the gamut in terms of, I would say, their affordability. Basement apartments, secondary apartments within a principal dwelling tend to be, I would say, more on the affordable side of the market rental apartments, but they are not affordable housing. The detached secondary dwelling units tend to be higher end. They are much more expensive to construct, for example. So when they go on the rental market, they tend to be at the higher end. But these would be market units, so the rent would be established at whatever the property owner felt that the market would bear. But with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Ed John, because I do know that they are looking at potential options for how this zoning permission could then be leveraged into the affordability issue.
Mr. John. Can't hear you just yet.
Mayor, can you hear me now?
We can.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. And through the mayor to the councillor, Edward John, Director of Housing Services. So as Jason mentioned, certainly from our position, an increase in the supply of rental is a great thing for Hamilton. An increase in the choice in where those rentals are, such as this program would allow, is in support of our strategic approach. But concurrently with this approach, housing staff are looking to develop a program that would actually provide some form of capital upfront cost. And for access into that program, there would then be a requirement to meet a threshold when it came to the rent of that unit. So these would be willing individuals who would take advantage of that program, receive an upfront capital cost towards obviously the redevelopment that would take place. And in turn, we would define some regulations and requirements as to property maintenance, who they choose as tenants in those properties, and certainly what rent they command. So we are still working on that program. This is the first step, as Jason mentioned, but it would be something that we would leverage. And we would also look where in the city we think it would be most advantageous for us to apply some of these regulations. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I am very pleased to hear what Mr. John is saying, because my concern was, as I said, I was speaking with Realtors Association members, and I was knocked back on my feet by the high priced rent for apartment units in a single family home. And so this type of program that Mr. John is talking about is exactly what we need in the city to encourage more affordable rents. So fully supportive of this program. We have no choice but to go down this road. I think the staff have done a remarkable job, sir, in terms of creating a made in Hamilton residential zoning bylaw. And I'm very pleased to hear what Mr. Thorne and Mr. John said in terms of looking at creating those incentives for new secondary units that are affordable units within our broader community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Net.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Really appreciating the last comment by Director John. I recall earlier in the term there was a discussion, I can't remember at which committee, perhaps it was ECS, but looking at the potential of establishing a citywide loan program that would enable homeowners to access some sort of either incentive loans to be determined that other municipalities have been able to put into place, that is then tied to your acceptance to that program is related on your ability to maintain that as affordable rental housing. So really excited to hear about that work continuing down the road and having it tie into the secondary dwelling unit strategy that's before council today for ratification. also really appreciating the depth and breadth to which Planning Committee debated it, as well as the amendments that are before us in this entire package. And of course, supporting the gentle intensification into parts of our city that don't currently privilege that. And in order to enable our renters and our residents to experience living in different areas of the city. So seeing more families who are on the spectrum of affordable houses being able to move into areas that have been otherwise previously over-concentrated with small units and overcrowding. So I think overall, from a city planning perspective, this is a really important piece of work, and in full support of what's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just turn the chair over to Councillor Pauls, and I'm going to support the record. I've been talking about these matters about secondary units and general intensification for quite some time, so I'm delighted that we're here. But what I want to do is spend a little bit of time talking about the person that announced their retirement that has been a part of not only this policy, but so many other policies in the city of Hamilton in terms of how we're working. So Joanne began her career in local planning branch of the regional of Hamilton Wentworth, where she was involved in development planning, policy planning, neighborhood planning in both the city of Hamilton and the town of Dundas. She also had a stint with the regional planning branch. Joanne's work has been recognized by both the provincial and national professional planning associations, in particular the work she did relating to public consultation and communications as part of the former City of Hamilton's official plan review, and Vision 2020, building a strong foundation. Certainly, some of us recall being very much part of that. And the work informed the development of the city's rural and urban official plans. And more recently, she was recognized by her municipal colleagues, where Joanne served as the chair of the Long Range Planners of Ontario Group. She organized and delivered a best practice climate change workshop to identify and advance best practices amongst her regional partners. And so her involvement in not only the planning framework on the rural side, but also the rural official plan, the zoning bylaw, and this particular item 9 in our planning document about the gentle densification of our city. Joanne has had a 35-year illustrious career with the city of Hamilton, and I just want to express on behalf of us all our gratitude for her great work, and wish her a win, I think, the end of June. Joanne?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the end of June.
And you know what? I'll give you the floor to say whatever you'd like to say now, because you may not have another opportunity. So.
No, actually, I will be working pretty well up till the end of June. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's been a privilege, and the changes that have occurred over 35 years is really quite incredible in so many ways, not just in planning, how we engage. I think that Councillor Jackson and Councillor Collins, who've been here, remember some of the things when we started back in the 1980s with planning, and it really, really has changed. It is certainly a challenging environment, and it's really been a great pleasure to serve, well, the old city of Hamilton, the old region of Hamilton Wentworth, and now the newly amalgamated city of Hamilton. And I've worked in many, many sectors, and I've had a long career in all of those areas. So I'm really happy that I can end on a high note, and I have to tell you that's just a fluke. But thank you again.
But a good fluke, nonetheless.
I'm sure we will see you soon.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Joanne, and thank you for your great work for our city. And I applaud all the efforts you put into it. I think I've been here since 1991. I think Councillor Jackson kind of beat me by a couple of years on that one. But our paths with you and the entire city has been quite amazing. And yeah, there's been a lot of change, and a lot of it, has your stamp on it. So thank you very much for all of your great effort. We have a motion before us, which has been duly moved and seconded. And I'm going to go to the vote. All in favor, or those opposed, abstaining? Councillor Collins in the chat recorded he's opposed. And the vote, Madam Clerk?
We're just waiting for Councillor Wilson's vote to come through.
Okay.
Sorry, Andrea and Mr. Mayor, I'm having some system problems here, so if you
Okay.
could take my vote as
Thumbs up.
positive. Yep, thank you.
You're voting in favor?
Yes, very much so. Thank you.
And that carries 11-3.
Okay, thank you. Were there other items in the planning committee report that we needed to address? Were there any conflict issues? I don't remember if there were any in planning document. Not from anyone. So on the balance of the report as amended then, all in favor?
And that carries 15-0.
Great, thank you. On 5.5, General Issues Committee, Councillor Paul, the motion to put that report on the floor, please.
Okay, thank you. That the General Issue Committee report 21009 being the meeting held on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Here, and so that was.
Second by Councillor Jackson.
Okay, thank you. Any items in the report that anyone would like to lift or deal with? Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just being consistent throughout. It is item 5B1, West Harbour Redevelopment Subcommittee. I am not voting in favor of the amendment that occurred. It was not a staff recommendation. My fiduciary responsibility is to the city of a whole, and I'm going to stick with the original report. So thank you. I'll be voting opposed.
So do you want to deal with item 5 and what? Item 5.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, 5B and then 1. Like.
Right. So item 5, and then we'll separate item 5 into 5A and 5B. 1.
Thank you.
On item 5A, any comments or questions on it? Councillor Farr.
Sorry, not on 5A. On 5B1, I thought we took care of an amendment in General Issues Committee, and I think what's before us in 5. I think what's before us in 5B1 doesn't depict that. So if the clerks could be clear at the appropriate time, if you're dealing with the other items, go ahead and I'll come back. Thanks.
I actually have to read an amendment, Mayor, that I forgot.
Yeah, okay. Hang on a second.
Thanks, Esther.
I think that amendment might clear that up, actually.
It does, and it puts Councillor Wilson back to her position that she had in the actual subcommittee. So it speaks to actually going back to what the recommendation was that she did support. Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I think that's probably it now, Mr. Mayor.
Actually, that's not it. So you have an amendment on item 8, Red Hill Valley, which is a different item. So we're on 5A, which is the West Harbour Development Subcommittee. So there's no dispute on 5A, right?
No.
So let's deal with 5A. So anyone, all those in favor or opposed to 5A, we'll deal with that one separately. Thank you. And then we'll break that down into, Councillor Collins says approve 5A. And then we'll break 5B into 2 elements to allow Councillor Wilson to abstain or object to 5.1, B1. So, Madam Clerk, we're good on the first part?
We're just waiting for Councillor Danko's vote to come through.
Okay.
And that is carried 15-0.
Okay, thank you. So then on 5B, Wilson, you had your finger up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. I don't wish to do committee work here, but I'm a little confused, and maybe the clerk or Councillor Farr could throw me a lifeline here. My understanding is that when I'm reading what's before me now, excuse me,
I think, if I recall,
that there seems to be a missing amendment here in these minutes. Or maybe I'm incorrect. I understand that they had to amend the project management agreement because the cost of the West Harbor work went from 15 and some to 23 and some million. The amendment was particular to the contractual arrangement between the Waterfront Trust and the city.
Right.
And that was the particular amendment that came from the floor. And maybe I'm not reading it correctly, but I don't see it here.
No, I think at the committee that was amended, at GIC that was changed. And and so that element, which was reflecting the 10% overall construction cost, which you and others had concerns around, has now been eliminated, and we're back to them doing doing the work at the original cost, but based on a $23 million overall project cost, which is the only amendment we're dealing with right now.
Well, I apologize for sucking the last 5 minutes of your life out.
No problem. No, I think it's clear. So we did deal with it at GIC. We actually.
Where was I?
Councillor Farr actually moved it to get back to the original recommendation that staff put forward. So this is what actually the original recommendation.
Thank you.
Councillor Farr?
You're correct, and I didn't want to bring any confusion. It is actually shown as amended at GIC in item 2, B2. So that those words for B2, and I erroneously mentioned B1, which was what Councillor Wilson was referring to, but B2 was amended in GIC, and the staff wording from subcommittee is indicated here. So the amendment is here. You're correct, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. And I apologize for the confusion as well.
So back to before we start, thinking about a B3, let's go to B1 and B2. So can we take B as an entity now, Councillor Wilson, rather than having to separate it? You're good with that? Okay. So because we separated on item B, then all those in favor?
Thank you.
B1 and 2. And thank you.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. And everyone's able to vote. And we do have Councillor Pauls with an amendment on the Red Hill Parkway class action update. So we have a separation in that amendment.
Okay, amendment on item 8.
Yeah.
Sorry,
item 8.
Councillor. We're just waiting on Councillor Collins' vote on this item, on item
Support.
B. We have support?
Support in the chat. Yeah.
And that carries 15-0.
Great, thank you. And an amendment on the Red Hill Valley Parkway class action. Go ahead.
All right, I unmuted myself now. Okay, thank you. That the resolution for item 8 of the General Issue Committee Report 21009 respecting report LS 20014A Red Hill Valley Parkway class action update be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the following in lieu thereof to read as follows. The Red Hill Valley, the report LS 20014A respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway class action update and the reactum copy of Appendix A to report LS 20014A be released to the public.
Okay, thank you. That recommendation was circulated to all members of council previously. Any comments or questions on that? Thank you. On the amendment then, all in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we could just get the seconder, please.
Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Councillor Danko. All in favor? Anyone not able to vote? Councillor Clark.
And that carries 15-0.
Thank you.
I wanted to speak to a separate, you can come to me at the appropriate time, sir.
Okay, I will. So I'm reminded that we have to vote separately on item 4, the school board matter that Councillor Danko has a conflict in. So on item 4, separate vote, please. All in favor of item 4 or anyone opposed? Item 4 is the school board property subcommittee report.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Just out of interest, after we did the amendment with Councillor Pauls, are we going to move item 6 as amended? Because I was prepared to vote against item 6 to be consistent.
Item
Just
6.
to ask. Well, this is the Red Hill.
Yeah, items, that's a separate matter. The
Thank you.
voted on was the class action update. Item 6 we haven't dealt with yet. We can come back to that if you wanted to have a separate vote.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I would.
On item 4, let's go to item 4 and let's finish that one off. Madam Clerk, are we all in with the votes?
And that carries 14-0.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, another item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is actually item number 6B. I had a number of questions from constituents. They thought it was curious that we would be asking for financial support from the province, given that we launched the judicial investigation as a municipality. And if Mr. Kine is present, I just wanted to ask him a quick question. I didn't get to talk to him in advance of this. My understanding with the judicial investigation is that all of the parties that are named in that investigation, the municipality usually pays for their costs, their lawyers, et cetera, et cetera. Is that still the case when we're dealing with judicial investigations?
Okay.
So through the chair, so the cost of the inquiry is primarily the responsibility of the party that calls it.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so what this amendment did, and I had thought long and hard about this, is that the senior government, the province of Ontario, is now a party to this judicial investigation. And I find it challenging, personally, that municipal taxpayers would be paying for their lawyers to represent the province of Ontario as a party to this judicial investigation. And so that's why this item is worded in the manner that it is. We're asking staff to look for that financial support from the province, given that they have been named as a party, and it's appropriate that we ask for that information from the province to see if they're willing to pay for their own lawyers at the judicial investigation rather than having the municipal taxpayers pay for it. So that was the justification for that amendment, and I support it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I think there was a separate vote requested on item 6. So on item 6, all those in favor, and anyone that wants to be recorded as opposed, clerk, if you would. And then we'll do the balance of the report unless there are other items that anyone wants to speak to.
And item 6 carries 13-2.
Okay, thank you. So on the balance of the report of the committee report as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Collins approves the report as amended.
And the report carries 15-0.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, motion on the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee report, please.
Yeah, I move by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that the Audit Finance Administration Committee report 21006 being the meeting held on Thursday, April the 23rd, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on item 1, if I could ask our city clerk a couple of quick questions, because there was a little bit of confusion when we were at the AF&A committee. my understanding is that the bylaw for record retention for the city of Hamilton, it makes the video recordings of council meetings and the standing committee meetings basically a permanent record. Is that how we're dealing with those items?
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, those recordings are permanent. In the records retention bylaw, when we're saying that they're available publicly for council term, we do archive them when the council term ends.
And to be clear, when we're using the term archive, it's not filing under the letter G, it's archiving for access by citizens as well as staff and councillors. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, correct.
Thank you. And so what we're trying to do here with this amendment is to capture citizen advisory committee recordings on a go-forward basis, correct?
Through the mayor, no, we are not recording citizen advisory committee meetings. As per the report and approval by council, we are live streaming only. When staff looked and surveyed the citizen advisory committees regarding going back to up and running in the virtual world, one of the concerns that we heard from a lot of the members is that they were very cautious and they were very, the feedback we got is they did not want to participate if the recording was actually going to be kept on the city's website. It was then that we put that feedback into the report that went forward in July, and that's why we were only live streaming, and so that we're still compliant with the Municipal Act.
And so we're live streaming, but citizen advisory committee recordings, we're not archiving like we do for other committees. Is that where we are currently today?
Through the mayor, where we are currently today, those records are not kept. So it is live streamed only. We're not recording them.
And can I ask a supplementary, Mr. Mayor, the bylaw that deals with record retention when, you know, we review it on a regular basis, usually once a term or once every 5 years or something to that effect. Are we going to be having that discussion about how we maintain those records for citizen advisory committee meetings? Because they are, for all intents and purposes, considered committees of a municipality.
Through the mayor, it is our intention to revisit that when we do our what we call an overhaul of the bylaw. We would also need to provide notification to anybody who's applying. It was our intention to, when we go for the next term of council, that people who apply, that would be notified to them when they are applying, that the meetings would be live streamed and they would be recorded. I also want to note that staff are coming back. We were directed to come back and report on keeping virtual delegations, what sort of work and resourcing and costs would be associated with that. After the pandemic, when we start to go back to in-person, we are also reporting back on closed captioning. We are also reporting back on the continuation of the live streaming of citizen advisory committees as well.
And that's a lot of reporting back. I appreciate all of that. The last question that I have, Mr. Mayor, and because we're using eScribe currently, and a thought crossed my mind that if in the future we change that software, we're going to have to figure out a way to archive the records that were created by that software. So can that be included in our discussions when those report backs come back and before we consider changes to the bylaw before the end of this term?
Through the mayor. So one thing we do need to look at, we do have older, I call older version of recordings when I think before we started using eScribe at the City of Hamilton. So everything that's been recorded in eScribe still exists since we started using it. We do have older recordings that are in a server in IT. One thing we have to look at from an archiving perspective is to make sure that we purchase an archiving software in order to transition all of our recordings to make sure that they're still available with current software. What happens sometimes when you're archiving electronic documents, take it something that was developed in the 80s and 90s on WordPerfect, you have to make sure that you would still be able to pull up that document in later software. So one of the things we are going to be looking at probably for the next council term is our archiving program.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, so I really support where we're going on the bylaw. I guess I recognize that these are records of the municipality, the recordings. This is new technology. Obviously, we didn't have 30, 40 years ago that we have today. And I think staff are working to ensure that we have permanent records of these meetings that are archived for access by future generations. So I think that's very important. And I think it's important that we capture Citizen Advisory Committee recordings and make them permanent also. But I also recognize the privacy concerns, and we need to advise selected members of these committees of what the process is, so that everyone understands very clearly up front how we're going to be handling recordings of these meetings, and they do become records of the municipality. So I wanted to thank Lisa Burrows and Andrea Holland for their work on this file. We are moving in the right direction, and I'm very pleased with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments on the balance of the report or this item? Councilor Ferguson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And as the chairman of the committee, I can't let it go by that item 2, we were last late summer, early fall, staring down a $25 million deficit in our 2020 budget. And when I went to agenda review for the AFNA committee, I was sort of hanging on to my chair when we came to this item, not knowing exactly what to expect. But fortunately, we come up with a $50 million surplus. And that is great news for all of us and great news for our taxpayers. And we're able to take that money and create some new reserve funds. For example, $20 million for what may come in 2021 or 22 with COVID. That's the big one. But able to replenish a number of reserves that are getting dangerously low. So I just want to first of all thank the senior levels of government for the support they gave us. Without that, we'd be in a whole different picture on supporting us through the COVID experience, but also to our corporate services staff, particularly Mike and his team, and all our general managers and staff for watching their costs throughout the year to get in this situation where through a pandemic, we ended up with a $50 million surplus and replenished many reserves and created new ones for potential costs. So thanks for the great work. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments then? If not, well, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to pick up on what Councillor Ferguson said. And I know we said it many times during our 2021 budget process that we approved a month ago. But I also just want to reiterate and say once again to senior levels of government, both the federal and provincial government, in spite of all the different things that have come and gone, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of right decisions, not good decisions at the senior levels. I am very, very grateful on behalf of my constituents for the funding that flowed and that flowed regularly, both to our Board of Health and to the Corporation of the City of Hamilton for COVID costs through 2020 and into 2021. And especially want to thank again General Manager Zegeric and his outstanding financial team for the way they've managed the fund. And they've got us in a good reserve shape of $50 million going forward as this pandemic continues. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor. I had actually indicated canceling my request to speak. I do have some questions regarding the previous item that was discussed around advisory committees and documentation, but I will take those offline and discuss them through the advisory committees that I serve on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And for me to read partners, without them, item 2, tax and operating budget variances wouldn't exist. We'd be in a hole, a very, very deep hole, quite frankly. So without their wise investments in municipalities where they know most of the services are being provided, most of the impacts are occurring relative to COVID. They've generated an awful lot of resources that helps keeps us solvent and at the same time prepared for potential additional costs coming to us in the future, which, we may be, not only just this year, but next year and possibly the year after. So there is anticipation that there will be continued additional, maybe lesser, but additional supports in the future to stimulate the economy and help offset some additional costs. So hopefully we can get this COVID issue behind us, but the impacts of COVID and the downturn in the economy are going to be with us for a few years. And so we anticipate a good, solid working relationship with our federal government, which I think has been very, very positive. And we expect the same in our provincial government as well. So I think we're in reasonably good shape relative to the resources they've been able to deliver to us. So we're grateful for that. On the balance of the report, then, all in favor of the Finance Audit Administration Committee report?
And Mr. Mayor, I apologize, but I think I had a bit of a brain fart. I mispronounced Lisa's last name. It's Lisa Barrasso. I'm not sure why I said what I said, but my apologies. She does a great job as our FOI coordinator. Thank you, sir.
Lisa does a great job. And it wasn't Barrows, it's Barrasso, but we know who you meant.
And that carries, Mr. Mayor, 15-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn it over to Councillor Knott for a motion on the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. Councillor.
Thank you, through you, that the Emergency and Community Services Committee Report 21-004, being the meeting held on Thursday, April 22nd, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jackson. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I know we have Councillor Clark with amendment on item 2, and I think there's a separate vote requested on that as well for a number of abstentions. So Councillor Clark, first of all, and I see Councillor Rowley get finger up. I'll come to you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll need help from the clerk because I can't seem to find that amendment at the moment. But I did have a question of Mr. Johns. We did change the grant cap. We removed it as the cost can be much more than the 2,500. Yep. And I recall when we were dealing with backflow valves in the city and we started to fund backflow valves, the cost went up exponentially from the $300 to $500 to almost $2,000. So I'm wondering if there's some way that we can put in requirements for some level of accountability on what the lawyers are charging the tenants and we're going to be paying for. And I guess I'm looking to Mr. John or Mr. Kine for comments on this, and I apologize I didn't get to them in advance to warn them of the question.
Okay. Who wants to tackle this first? Edward?
So through the mayor to the councillor, Edward John, Director of Housing Services. Through the process of us amending those regulations, we absolutely will be working to determine the amounts, scrutinize those amounts and make sure that they are applicable to the jobs being done. So that will be part of the information embedded in our terms of reference and our guidelines. So we will be approaching that. My understanding from the meeting is that we are to maintain the proposed 2,500, but have the discretion to increase that subject to those reviews. So that's the process in which we'll ensure that quality and make sure that it is a proportionate amount as needed by the case individually based.
Thank you. I'm much more comfortable with that explanation. And I did find the amendment at the appropriate time if you want to come to me, sir.
Let's get that on the floor right now. So this is the appropriate time, and then I'll go to Councilman Rowe.
Thank you. So this is the amendment to item number 2 of the Emergency Community Services Committee Report 21-004, respecting report HS 19001 or 011A Tenant Defense Fund. That's subsection B of item 2 of the Emergency Community Services Committee Report. respecting the tenant defense fund be amended as follows: that staff draft a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, copied for information purposes only to the Landlord Tenancy Board, outlining the City of Hamilton's experiences and concerns with the process and proliferation of evictions currently occurring and the loss of affordable housing stock and increase in homelessness as a result. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nurinder Nan. And I'll speak to it very quickly, Mr. Mayor. The intent of this is not to interfere or to get involved in any specific cases that the Landlord Tenancy Board is dealing with. The intent is to share for educational purposes what our experiences are in Hamilton, and to bring it to the minister's attention so that the minister who drafts the legislation and for all intents and purposes directs the process for the Landlord Tenancy Board is aware of what is occurring in our community. The number of renovictions, these are evictions under a specific form at the Landlord Tenants Board, where people are literally being evicted under the guise that they're renovating the building, and so you have to move out. And we're finding that when they look to go back into the building, the costs have gone up dramatically in terms of the rent. And so this is becoming a real issue within the city of Hamilton. And we have been dealing with it on this subcommittee and working with residents trying to resolve that issue. So this is really just making sure that everyone is aware of what we're experiencing here. And I know it's unusual sharing such information with quasi-judicial panels, but again, I think legal vetted this resolution, and it's to avoid any interpretation that we're intervening or injecting ourselves in any specific case, but still sharing the tragedies that are occurring in our community. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So on this amendment, anyone to speak to this? Councilor Marula, on this one? Go ahead.
I just need to declare an interest on item 2, and by extension, I need to declare an interest on this item because I believe there is a correlation between the two, as a result of my wife and I being landlords. That's it.
We're going to vote on them separately, and you can indicate your abstention. Councilor Jackson on this item? No. Councilor Nan on this item?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something related to the item. Absolutely in favor of the amendment that's before us, but just wanted to clarify the amendment doesn't include the language for C, which was a portion of the decisions that were made at ECS. And I just wanted clarity about this amendment wouldn't be removing C. C is still in the report to be approved in its entirety when it comes to that component. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see an item C, but Clark, can you provide any clarity on that?
Oh, sorry, then the question was, I guess, through you to clerks, because on item, under discussion items G, the Tenant Defense Fund included that section of A, B in terms of this letter, and then C was to include a direct report back to ECS with a framework for a comprehensive renovation strategy for the city. So if I could just get clarity on that.
Madam Clerk, can you provide any clarity on that?
Through the mayor, that item is in the information section because it was a staff direction to report back.
Okay.
So it's
So
not
it stands.
formal
Thank
motion,
you.
but staff is directed to report back in the manner you just said.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on item 2B amendment as Councillor Clark put forward? If not, we'll go to a vote. And I know Councillor Vanderbeek, you're going to declare a conflict. Okay, so you can vote accordingly. I think you declared the conflict at the beginning of the meeting. So now you can declare it. So all in favor, and then those opposed, and anyone abstaining. That's just on item B, the amendment, and then on item 2A and B as amended. Once we are clear, Councillor Jackson, you want to speak to that? Okay, thank you. We'll get to you in a moment.
And that item is carried 12-0.
Thank you. And item 2A and B.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And this is on the Tenant Defense Fund. And, you know, we on council take legitimate criticism for things we do. Sometimes we shouldn't. Some things we don't do that we should. I just want to say how proud I am being part of a council that has been this term of council supporting the Tenant Defense Fund. Not sure many other municipalities are doing it. We've got $50,000 set aside. We're expanding the scope of it, of how it could be used. We've removed the cap in case a particular case of a tenant needs more money. Staff are going to report back no later than 6 months from now. So I'm not one who's well versed in this area, but boy, my office is there supportive and as a vehicle whenever I see an injustice done for any form of eviction that isn't fair, Mr. Mayor. And I want to give a shout out. We heard a number of delegations at committee last week, and Mr. Mayor, we've got some great champions in this community through agencies like Acorn and people involved like Veronica Gonzalez, Mike Wood, Olivia O'Connor, and others like Carl Andrews and others. And very blessed in our community to have those advocates and those agents who wish to ensure that those that can be most vulnerable in situations like this at the hand of mean-spirited landlords are there to help them, support them, and also appeal to council and the corporation of the city to do what we can. Along with that, Mr. Mayor, you know, one of our colleagues who, if I recall since amalgamation, hardly ever attended ECS meetings, Councillor Chad Collins. But my goodness, this term of council, he has been a regular attendee, Mr. Mayor, at ECS. Of course, he's our chairman of the City Housing Hamilton Corporation, and he's taken a greater interest in some of the issues that ECS debates and brings to the fore. And I just want to say, with a little tongue in cheek, but in very seriousness, in 2019, at the beginning of this term of council, if I recall, he was the initiator of saying, look, I think the corporation council needs to set up some form of tenant defense fund. We followed that lead, and then the pandemic came along. Not sure how much of it's been used, but anyways, I just want to give credit where credit's due as well. And again, through Chairman Nan at this time in the committee, we've followed through in a very important initiative. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek. Can't hear you yet.
No, I'm fine, sir. I had pushed that with regard to the conflict, and so
Okay.
you can just remove that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And you'll vote accordingly on this one as well. So on item 2A and B, as a separate vote, as amended, all in favor? Any opposed? And those
And that item is carried 12-0.
Thank you. And on the balance of the report as amended, all in favor? Vote is up. Going for the win. And clerk, when you're ready. Everyone was able to vote, Madam Clerk?
And that item carried 15-0.
Thank you. And we're going to rise to the whole. So Councillor Pauls, can I have a motion, please? Right.
Yes, that the committee of the whole rise and report.
Thank you. Seconded by your favorite Councillor Jackson. He just left.
Yes, yes, Councillor Jackson,
Yep.
but he just
No.
left, I think.
Yeah, he's just going to
Councillor
iron his shirt, I
Wilson.
think. Councillor Danko.
I just said Councillor Wilson.
Oh, Councillor Wilson. Okay. Thank you. Any concerns? If not, straight to a vote. All in favor? Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Collins approves.
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. And we're going to turn to 6.1, which is motion to execute a demolition control bylaw exemption for Rapid Housing Initiative Modular Affordable Housing Project. Councillor Wilson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read this into the public record, and I'm very pleased to do so. Whereas on November 4th, 2020, through report HSC 20056, Council authorized and directed the General Manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities Department or his designate to enter into the Rapid Housing Initiative Contribution Agreement with the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation to accept Hamilton's Rapid Housing Initiative Major City Stream allocation of $10,760,585 for the creation of new affordable housing units. Whereas on November 6, 2020, the General Manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities Department entered into the Rapid Housing Initiative Agreement with CMHC to create a rapid supply of affordable housing, and which requires that all projects be completed by December 4th, 2021. Whereas the City of Hamilton recommended and approved the options for independent living and development at 137 George Street Modular Affordable Housing Project for funding under the RHI Major City Streams as set out in the city's investment plan. And whereas the Rapid Housing Initiative will deliver much needed affordable supportive housing units within Hamilton, therefore be it resolved that the chief building official be authorized and directed to exempt 137 George Street Affordable Housing Development Project from Demolition Control Bylaw 09-208, Section 6A, B, and C in accordance with the Bylaw 09208 as amended by Bylaw 13-185 pursuant to Section 33 of the Planning Act, as amended to permit the issuance of a demolition permit in a timely manner, and if I may speak to it very briefly. 137 George Street in the wonderful neighborhood of Strathcona. This is the intent of this motion is to maximize the available time to permit the demolition of the existing building, which has been vacant for almost 2 years now. Of course, the normal process is to wait for the final site plan approval and to have the building department bring forward a report to avoid units being demolished and then left for an unfortunate amount of time. But in this instance, we are ensuring development takes place immediately, hence rapid development. And the motion would save perhaps 4 to 6 weeks or potentially longer in that development process. And if I may, the options for independent living and development have operated quality housing with supports for individuals in our city for over 50 years. They will be offering 6 new units with a total of 15 beds, 3 3-bedroom and 3 2-bedroom units. These are deeply affordable rents, and it's housing, Mr. Mayor, for predominantly women. And we will be utilizing local companies and labor markets in Hamilton. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Edward John and his team, who are working at an exhaustive pace with a full workload, and I'm very pleased to put forward this motion. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Nan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Not seeing any. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor? Councillor Collins approves.
And that carries 14-0.
Thank you. Item 7.1, notice of motion. Ferguson, you would like to waive the rules to present this notice of motion? Go ahead. Can't quite hear you as yet.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I didn't unmute myself.
No problem.
And so, yeah, I'd like to move to waive the rules, seconded by Councillor Johnson.
Okay, and so normally we explain the urgency to waive the rule.
Well, the urgency is that the Ancaster Agricultural Society has got a grant, which I think you're aware of, Mr. Mayor, because you were there for the announcement, and they need to get a building permit and they need to get started on this building. And we run into a bit of a hitch with the resolution of February the 3rd. There's one small part that has to be amended, and I'd like to do that today if I can.
Okay, good notification. So on the waiving of the rules, moved by yourself and seconded, all in favor? Any comments or questions on that? Not seeing any. Thank you. A giant leap to assume that that's carried.
And that carries 14-0.
Thank you. Person.
Oh, thank you. So the next step is to.
Mr. Mayor,
I need
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, excuse me. I think the last two votes, the vote hasn't come up, but I've been trying to give my thumbs up, which I thought should make it 15-0. My apologies for interrupting.
Okay, no problem. So let me just ask the clerk, did you record a vote for Councillor Jackson on the last item?
No, we did not. If we could vote again, please. We did not see him there.
Let's make sure that we have all votes counted for. So is it just on the last item?
The last two items, I don't believe the City Clerk Holland had me, Mr. Mayor. And again, I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Okay, let's do a vote on this one. And I think the clerk might be able to amend the other one to include you as a positive vote on the
So we'll
previous.
need to do the waive again, please, and then the motion to reconsider.
Okay, we're doing the waiver motion. Yeah, I think Councillor Jackson was referring to the previous vote that we did on Councillor Wilson's motion. Is that what you were talking about? Right.
For that as well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's do this one. This is on the waiver. So Councillor Jackson, you have an opportunity to vote on that one. Hopefully your finger will do it well. Any trouble voting? All good? Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can you just record him as in favor of the previous motion, or shall we do a whole new vote?
We can show him in favor
Thank you.
on the demolition, correct?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Great,
And
thank you.
the waiving of the rules carries 15-0.
Thank you. So we're back to Councillor First, the motion itself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to briefly give you a little bit of history on this. And the last development charges bylaw that we did, there was an initiative to make sure only people who are farmers, bona fide farmers, are exempt from the development charges for buildings that they put up. And it was the right thing to do to amend you needed a Federation of Agricultural number where you're registered as a bona fide farmer in order to be exempt to development charges. And I'm pleased that Councillor Johnson is going to second this motion because we missed something. And what they missed was that agricultural societies who are owned by the farmers through their membership cannot get a Federation of Agricultural number because they're charities. And therefore, they're being assessed development charges. Now on February the 6th, item 3 of the February 6th Audit Administration Committee did exempt the Ancaster Fairgrounds from paying development charges. But unbeknownst to me, with one of the conditions you put in, staff interpreted it to mean that they had to register a mortgage against the property forever because it'll be forever before this develops. In the tune of the amount of the DCs, which is about, I think, $800,000 to $850,000. And so to put that encumbrance on their property for that long, I mean, Ancaster just moved to the new location. It's in the green belt. They'll probably be there for at least 100 years. They own 100 acres that they're currently using, and they own another 200 acres beside it for expansion. So they're not going to be going anywhere for a long, long time. And so they were having problems with putting an encumbrance against their property for, in the form of a mortgage that staff had prepared in order to meet the requirements of the resolution. So we had quite a debate about this at the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee. And, you know, Watson Associates were in, and we talked about making a change to the definition section of that. But our lawyers advised us that the easiest way to fix this was simply to rescind the requirement for a mortgage. And so the lawyers prepared this resolution. I know it looks long and looks convoluted, but it's really quite simple. Is to take away that requirement that the Ancaster Fairgrounds and any other agricultural society who does the same thing. We have Bimbrook and we have Rockton, and they've all been at their current locations for a long time also. But if they want to put up another building, this matter helps them also not be tagged by this oversight when the development charge was put in. And it's a significant amount of money. And so I'd like to move, and seconded by Councillor Johnson, that the resolution on February the 6th, 2020 Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee respecting the compassionate grants to the agricultural societies, that's plural, without a farm business registration, which was approved by February Council on February the 10th, and reads as follows. And you can read it all. It's resolutions that was originally passed. So it follows Ancaster, Bimbrook, and Rockton. And so I'd like to move that be reconsidered to allow me to introduce an amendment that would take away the requirement that a mortgage has to be put against their property. So moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnson, the reconsideration motion.
Okay, thank you. So on reconsideration, any comments or questions on it? Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware that this is a supermajority that's required for a reconsideration, 2/3 of the council. I want to speak in support of the reconsideration. It was the intention of the committee and council to provide the exemption for the DCs, and I don't think, and I understand how staff gets creative to make these things happen for us. I don't think we ever had the intention of putting a lien on the property that would then become an encumbrance on them for their own finances when they're trying to deal with other things. So I fully support the reconsideration. I hope my colleagues do also, so that we can correct this. They are a registered charity. They do a lot of good work in the farming community. This is a gathering spot, and this would resolve that issue once and for all, I believe. So I fully support the reconsideration. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. On reconsideration now, I have a speakers list, so if you're all on reconsideration, great. If not, if you're on the main motion, let me know. So I have Councillor Partridge on the reconsideration.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it is on the reconsideration. I would encourage all of my council colleagues to please support this. It is extremely important, and we do require that 2/3 majority. And I would like to speak to the main motion when it's put on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember at the time when Councillor Clark was the chair of the Development Charges Stakeholder Subcommittee, this was presented as a compromise, and it was commented on that this was a good compromise. And the fact was that if the property was sold, then we would still be able to collect development charges. So that's the purpose, if I'm recalling correctly, of why we were making the requirement to put the lien on the property on title, was so that if for whatever reason an agricultural society benefits from not paying development charges, that if they turn around and whatever time in the future were to sell the property, that the city would still retain those development charges that are owed to us. And all members of the committee, I remember specifically, it was discussed as this was a great compromise. And now we have a motion, not even months later, to take away the compromise. As the current chair of the Development Charges Stakeholder Subcommittee, in the last 2.5 years, we've worked very hard to close up some of those loopholes to make sure that current taxpayers are not subsidizing development. And I, to be frank, I wasn't in favor of this special compromise for agricultural societies in the first place. But having said that, it's in place. Just as another example, we have a $20 million church on the South Mountain that's going to pay 0 taxes and 0 DCs. Frankly, that's a sin as well, but that's a whole other subject. So I guess my question to staff is, why was this requirement to have a registered lien on title put in the first place? And why can't the Ancaster Agricultural Society meet the requirements that are already in place?
Okay, thank you. Finance staff prepared to answer that? Mike Zagarek?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll invite legal services to add in any content that I miss. The original motion sought that there be some security as it relates to the value of the grant. What was originally approved was a grant equivalent to the value of the development charges, not to be confused with a DC exemption. And again, the original motion that was approved gave staff direction to secure the value of that grant against the property. The only means of doing so was to register a mortgage against the property. And over the last few weeks, staff have been working with the Ancaster Agriculture Society as it relates, and their lenders as it relates to that issue. As Councillor Ferguson identified, there were some concerns with respect to the city being a mortgage holder. I believe that was resolved, but if I'm wrong as it relates to that fact, I'll ask legal services to correct me. So again, it is a grant, and the original intent was to secure the value of the grant against that property in case the Agriculture Society ever chose to divest itself of that property as a whole.
Thank you.
And Michael Kine, Acting City Solicitor, just to follow up on the invitation extended by James Zagarek. I don't really have anything to add to that analysis. I think that's all correct. The only factor I might add is that to the degree that there's a concern that this encumbrance of the mortgage might affect financing, I believe staff was always of the view that we were open to postponements of that security in favor of higher security. So I just offer that observation.
That's right. Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor. So was the intention that they would take out a mortgage for $850,000 and be paying mortgage payments on that for nothing indefinitely? Or is there another financial arrangement that could be so that they're not holding a debt of $850,000 paying payments on that indefinitely?
I see you, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, isn't this supposed to be on the 2/3 vote? Because we're now speaking to the motion.
I think, the challenge here is that some people are trying to assess whether they want to support a reconsideration based on some of the information that they're getting. So I see it as germane to the topic. We can't through the reconsideration process without having an understanding of how it got here and why it's being presented. So I see it as germane to the topic that we're talking about.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The mortgage that's registered on title is what we call a collateral mortgage. So it's a mortgage that's payable only on demand underneath the circumstances that would trigger it underneath the loan agreement, which means it would only be payable if the property was sold, and there's no interest payable. It's just the straight DC amount that is on there. So there's no payments required, and that's the only reason it's on in perpetuity is because the property, you don't know when it's going to be sold, but there's no payments required.
Yep.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing that correctly, Mr. Mayor, there's really no encumbrance to the Ancaster Agricultural Society. It's really just a paperwork issue here. They're not going to be paying out of pocket for a mortgage. I mean, if they had to take out a $800,000 mortgage and be paying payments on that, then yeah, no question. But in this case, it's really just paperwork to be added to the titles. So I don't see the problem with the original staff recommendation that was passed by council. So in that case, I'm not going to be voting in favor of reconsideration. Because what we have now, I think, works, and it provides security for the city to ensure that if these properties were to be sold, that the development is not subsidized by City Hamilton taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Councillor Danko stole most of my thunder, and my other line of questioning may be more germane. It's hard to tell, though. Is particular to compassionate grants and what other similar arrangements this city has entered into with other charitable organizations. Mr. Mayor, through you, may I ask that? Do we have a policy on this?
Michael McGarrick.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a policy. There are from time to time requests from organizations within the city seeking relief, financial relief as it relates to their development charge exemptions. And I apologize if I get the titles of these organizations wrong. I recall Homes for Humanity, Rigel Homes as two recent organizations who were successful in securing a compassionate grant as it relates to development charge, the value of development charges.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Mayor, and again, I'll look to you because this is a rather unusual situation in terms of what I can ask. But unlike those examples that Mr. Zegeric just referenced, like Rigel Homes, my reading of this facility of when it's built, and if you go on the Ancaster Fairgrounds website, they are renting out their buildings for personal events, for corporate events. They're actually making money. And in the newspaper coverage of this particular facility, the fair board themselves were saying that they're going to be using it for what's that word, like RV home shows, like convention center type things. And I know that this council has deliberated long and hard on enabling when the city, whether it was on marriage licensing or cemetery tombstones, and providing competition, unfavorable competition, by favoring one party over another. Certainly people like Carmen's and the like would not be enjoying this compassionate grant on. So that is, it was deemed to be a compromise, frankly a hard to stomach compromise, given the money that will be made, and taxpayers will be footing the bill. So I appreciate the answers given by Mr. Kine and Mr. Zegeric. Seems, I don't think I can support the reconsideration.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to clear up a few things, and I'm very supportive. Number one, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Ferguson said, that we overshot this one when we were defining the DC bylaws. And one of the reasons that this needs to be included in the exemptions is why the same reasons why the farmers were exempted is because DCs are supposed to cover development charges. and the cost of development. There are no costs of development out in the rural areas. There's no sidewalks, there's no street lighting, there's no, it's amazing that it's a pole barn. And when you put up a pole barn, there is no cost to development as there would be in the urban areas. The second thing that I want to clear up is that when we made the motion and we passed the motion, the original motion, nowhere on that motion did it say we were going to put a mortgage on this property or a lien on this property. We said that in the event that they sell or change the use of the property, and being in the green belt, it will never happen in your or my lifetime, this development of or changing the use of this property. So I'm 100% supportive, and I'm hoping we can get the council to be supportive as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further speakers at this point. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mr. Mayor. You have to remember that if we hadn't amended the DC bylaw at the last round in order to make sure it was only applicable to agricultural uses, this wouldn't even be discussed today, because this is no question an agricultural building. It's a show ring with a bunch of stalls for horses or cattle to be held in until they go out in the show ring. That's the principal use. They may have some secondary uses as it, but that's the reason they got the grant from the federal and provincial governments. And that's the reason they're an agricultural business first and foremost. Second thing is that if they ever sell it, they'll sell it to a developer. And the developer, just like at the old fairgrounds property up on Garner Road at South Code, the developer pays development charges when he redevelops it. An agricultural building won't be helpful to someone who's going to develop the property, so it would be demolished at that time. But that'll be decades, if not centuries away, because they are well established at their current location. We could just amend the DC bylaw, change the definition section. It was actually legal suggested we should go this route. He said this is an easier route, and it makes it permanent. And so I was uncomfortable with it, but that's what legal recommended. So here we are. And so this is simply, and as Brenda said, or Councillor Johnson said, it didn't say in the original motion to place a mortgage. It just says a capacity grant, that register a capacity grant against the property. It didn't click in my mind, didn't click on the board of directors of the Ancaster Agricultural Society, and I don't click on the minds of the other rural councillors. That meant putting a mortgage on it. Because when you go to the bank for another loan for future, it'll be sitting there as a mortgage, and it'll be considered by the lenders. As anybody's had experience lending from the bank, they don't like encumbrances. And I don't think it's necessary, because the city will enjoy development charges if it's ever sold by a new owner when he comes in with a development proposal. So I would really encourage you to support this reconsideration motion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can confirm that we're not on waiving the rules. We've done that. We are on now a reconsideration motion of the original motion that was put forward. So on that motion then, all those in favor or opposed of reconsideration of the original. Madam Clerk, 2/3 majority required. Get your calculator out.
We were just looking for Councillor Nan. I don't think she's present right now.
She's going to vote against it. Oh, God.
It should be all be on mute at this point, right? Okay. Councillor Nan not present?
No, she's not present, and that carries 12-2.
Okay, thank you. So on the main motion then, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I just go through now to the what's changed. It's under section 5, but I'll read the part that changes. I won't read the whole resolution. And make sure I'm at the right part. Madam Clerk, stop me if I'm not. that the city enter into compassionate grant arrangements with the agricultural societies for the development charges payable by agricultural societies. I'm at the wrong part. Here we
Counselor,
go.
you're putting the original motion on the floor.
And then amending it, am I?
Yes.
And so do I read the amendment now?
Well, you would read the original motion first.
Okay. Is it necessary to do that? It's before members of council. Do I need to read it out publicly?
I could get Janet to display it so people know what's being reconsidered.
Okay,
Is that your preference?
sure. Whatever's easiest for you and easiest for
Show the
council.
reconsideration motion. Show the reconsidered motion.
Yeah, so the final version.
Right.
That'd be on the second to the last page. And I can read out the new motion if you like.
Yeah, and it's not terribly long. There's a lot of elements.
No, it's not. You're right. The stroked out part. Okay. So that the city entered into a compassionate grant agreement with agricultural societies for the development charges payable by an agricultural society with a consent satisfactory to the general manager of corporate services in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor with any development charge exemptions being funded from the unallocated capital reserve account, and the general manager of finance and corporate services be authorized to sign the agreements, and that in respect to the grant provided by the Ancaster Agricultural Society pursuant to the grant agreement dated April the 14th, 2021, staff be directed to amend the agreement as to delete the following conditions: that the requirement for a mortgage be registered on title securing the conditions of the grant and requiring the grant to be repaid or the property is sold, and discharge the mortgage with registered change number WE 1505750. And so the main motion as amended then is that the compassionate grant for development charges to the Ancaster Agriculture without a farm business registration, the city entered into a compassionate grant agreement with the agricultural societies for development charges payable by an agricultural society with a consent satisfactory to the general manager of finance and corporate services in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor, and with development charge exemptions being funded from unallocated capital reserve, and that the general manager of corporate services be authorized to sign the agreements in respect to the grant provided by the Ancaster Agricultural Society pursuant to the grant amendment dated April the 14th, amend the agreement so as to delete the following conditions: that the requirement for a mortgage be registered on title securing the conditions of the grant and requiring the grant to be repaid to the property sold, and discharging the mortgage with capital charge number WE 1505750. And I hope, Madam Clerk, I've done that properly, because it's very complicated.
I think you have.
And that's seconded by Councillor Johnson again.
It talks about deleting items, but I think we're clear on what the intent, what the overall direction.
Correct.
Thank you. So any comments on it? If anyone need to still read it up? If you could take it down, I'd appreciate it. And I did see Councillor Partridge waving above the, go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to say thank you very much to Councillor Ferguson and to Councillor Johnson for bringing this forward, and also for the chair, the development DC Charge Committee members who did speak in support of this. You know, I think the important thing to remember here is that the ag societies, Binbrook, Ancaster, and Rockton they're charities. They're not private event companies. They are charities. And, you know, we are so dependent on our farmers, and farmers feed cities and farmers feed families. And they never ask for much, you know, they really don't. And they're in the green belt, as was previously mentioned. It's protected. And Rockton, I'll speak for Rockton, even though it's in Councillor Vanderbeek's ward, you know, they're coming up to their 170th anniversary. 170 years. And I think right now it's like 168 years. So this is a huge part of our heritage. And, you know, I just would hate to put any kind of additional financial pressures onto them. No, they won't have monthly mortgage payments. Yes, I get that. But if they go to the bank to borrow money, it is an encumbrance. And as was previously stated, our financial institutes don't particularly appreciate that. So I am very much in support of this, and I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think we've already had the debate, so let's get to the vote on the item. So all those in favor, any opposed or abstained? Everyone was able to vote, Madam Clerk? Mr. Collins approves.
I don't see Councillor Vanderbeek,
Vanderbeek,
and Councillor Collins approves.
yep. Councillor Vanderbeek is not appearing on my screen.
Councillor Nan is not
Oh,
present.
there she is.
Oh, Councillor Vanderbeek is back.
Able to vote? Thumbs up.
We're going to have to vote again. Councillor Vanderbeek is there.
You just did a thumbs up. Can you record it that way?
We'll record it that way, and that carried.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And-
everyone.
Thank you. And we're on to statement by members. I will go to, drum roll, please. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder to Ward 1 residents, there'll be a meeting on this Thursday at 7:30 in partnership with the project manager of the city's community health and community safety and health well-being plan to discuss, to hear from Ward 1 residents. We'll have breakout rooms virtually, of course, to hear what are their concerns with safety and well-being in their neighborhoods, their ideas of priorities for action and maybe investments, and looking forward to that. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Farr. Good, thank you. Councillor Nan. Not at the moment. Okay, Councillor Marula. You're okay? All right, thank you. Councillor Collins.
All good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, just one announcement. One of the horrible things that amongst many the pandemic has robbed us of, Mr. Mayor, is an opportunity to physically be together with many ethnocultural groups in our community. And Mr. Mayor, you and your wife Diane and me and my Polish wife Barbara attended many a function sponsored and hosted by the Canadian Polish Congress, both at the Golden Eagle Banquet Hall on Barton Street, the Solidarność Hall on Solidarność Drive, St. Stanislav's Church. And I just want to acknowledge, Mr. Mayor, that if you recall, over the many years, this time on May 3rd, the Polish community celebrates the second oldest constitution in the history of mankind that they founded and developed 230 years ago in 1791, the oldest in Europe, the second oldest in the world. And there were just many great events that celebrated the culture, the music, the talent of our Polish community, one of the first to arrive and make Hamilton a multicultural, multiracial, multi-religious community. And through all the years, Mr. Mayor, since their constitution was founded in 1791, it has guided them and sustained the Polish people through times of occupation by Nazi Germany, thereafter being a satellite of the USSR communist regime. But the Polish people were resilient. They never gave up. And today they have their independent country. Of course, their church sustained them as well, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize that at this time of the year on May 3rd is the celebration and commemoration of the founding of the Polish Constitution on May 3rd. And I just so much miss the wonderful dinner dances, the hundreds that would attend around this time of year. The chamber at City Hall, our council chamber, was filled with the leadership of our Polish community, often with Stan and Jean Warda, past president and members of the Canadian Polish Congress. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't want any of these traditional celebratory times in our community. I don't want them lost. even though we can't be with each other. So I'm going to mention them as often as I can until this pandemic, God's willing, is finally over. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. I miss them too, and we look forward to getting back to them for sure. Councillor Paul.
Thank you. I want to bring to your attention that this Friday, a good friend of our family, Ryan Pulaski, a Hamilton resident, will be running from Hamilton to the CN Tower in Toronto and back, a whopping 165 kilometers for combating addiction. It will take over 24 hours. Ryan Pulaski was an Olympia opal who had a brutal bike accident in Arizona that took 3 years to recover, which was a miracle in itself. His dreams were shattered and without hope, and he turned to drugs and alcohol for a span of 10 years. Through intervention, Ryan went to the rehab in London called Teen Challenge. There, a year-long rehab, he found hope and deliverance from his addiction. And now he's giving back to the rehab Teen Challenge for saving his life. Teen Challenge is funded only by donation. Ryan will be finishing on Saturday between 10 and 11 a.m. at our City Hall steps. It is a privilege and an honor that my husband and I will be riding our van beside him on the first phase of the marathon to assist Ryan if needed. I have run Mary Marathon, and they're not easy. They're very hard. But I usually run them maybe once a year. Ryan is running 4 marathons, 165K in 24 hours. Ryan's goal is to raise $25,000. I am proud to say that he already raised $20,000. And please, Hamilton, if you could check out teenchallenge.ca, Ryan's Run. One thing I can verify is that our city of Hamilton is the most giving city I know, and I'm proud of that. And they volunteer too. Every time I put on the Road to Hope for Haiti or for City Kids or for Liberty for Youth, I had tons of volunteers. So Ryan, if you're hearing this, all of us wish you the best and see you at the finish line. I just want to conclude that Ryan, when he shared with me after just this year, he came out of rehab, last year actually, he's a changed man. He was a close friend to my son. And through it, the intervention that my son and few others did, he ended up there. And he's recovered. So there is hope, Hamilton. So thank you. Please, I have a video the CTV did. Hamilton did a story, and then also a story CH. So wish them all well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko. Thank you very much. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let my community know that I do my monthly video, sometimes every 3 weeks, sometimes every 4 weeks, that I've been doing for a couple of years now, and I will be doing one tomorrow. And the questions that I'll be taking, we post questions on Facebook, and the questions I'll be taking for this particular video are from youth and teens. And I really look forward to providing some answers. You know, there's already quite a few questions coming in from our young people in Waterdown, Flamborough, so I'm absolutely delighted about that. The secondary plan for Waterdown is moving along very nicely. Staff are going to have been doing a lot of outreach on it, and there will be some more community meetings in June. And the final report on exactly how we want to see our town developed in Waterdown will be coming forward in hopefully October. I just want to let everybody know that the Waterdown bypass, which has been partially built, it's been done in phases, but the very biggest part of the Waterdown bypass construction is going to start in the next 2 weeks. And the road will be closed at Center Road and North Lawn area for 2 to 4 months. So there will be notices going out and more on that in the next week or so. But I just want people to know that, you know, the dog park will still be open. The church will still be open at St. Thomas. And you will have to just do a roundabout route to get to it. So yeah, we're going to have a fair amount of construction going on. I also want to let you know that Waterdown Road will be closed for construction. Now, Waterdown Road below Mountain Brow is in Burlington's territory, and the Halton region is putting in a new water main at Flett Road and Waterdown Road. And starting in August, late July, early August, Waterdown Road will be closed for at least 8 weeks. So I just want people to start, you know, get your head around the fact that we have been, you know, working hard to get this construction done, but a lot of construction is going to be happening over the course of the next few months, and it will disrupt your lives. So please start thinking about an alternate route to get north, south, and east and west, because we only have Waterdown Road, Snake Road, and Highway 6 out of Waterdown, and that's it. I also wanted to just take this moment to wish everyone a wonderful Mother's Day. And I can't believe that it's going to be May next weekend. This weekend. So Mother's Day is coming. And, you know, for many of us, this is the second Mother's Day that we've had to spend without our children. And for me, it's adult children. They're in Vancouver, Quebec City, and Ottawa. And, you know, it's a challenge. It's really a challenge when you can't see your children, you know, particularly your adult children. So I just want to give my very best wishes and love to all the mothers out there for Happy Mother's Day, however you can make it the best for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls, just a reminder that you need to go on mute, please. Thank you. And I'm going to turn to Councillor Vanderbeek, and Councillor Nan, I got your note. We'll get you on. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two things. I just want to remind people that, I don't think they want to be reminded, but I'll do it anyway, that Highway 8, which is in Dundas, King Street West, is now closed to the golf course and to access to the Greensville Hill. So if you are going to the Dundas Valley Golf and Curling Club, you'll have to follow the detour and go up Sydenham, hopefully to Highway 5, and come back down through Greensville to get to the golf course once it opens. But the reason I'm bringing the closure up is because it will be closed from now until December 22. So that's 2 years worth, basically, of no access to Greensville via King Street. The other thing I want to mention is that starting on May 1st, which is this weekend, the only access to the Dundas Peak, the Twos Falls Waterfall, and the Webster's Waterfall will be right by pre-booked, prepaid reservation. And the reservation guarantees you a parking spot in the lots, one of which is off of Brock Road and the other that is off of Harvest. So if you are looking to enjoy the falls at all from now until the middle of November, you will need a reservation in order to get in the gate. And that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to open up by saying hello to Brian Murphy and all my other farmer friends who are going full speed ahead this time of year to ensure that our food supply is secured. Brian confessed to me yesterday that he has one morning off, and that's a Sunday morning, and he does all his paperwork and he turns on the council meetings while he's doing his paperwork. So I just wanted to put a shout out to him. The second thing I wanted to do, sir, is to highlight, we're having some serious issues in our parks and at the Pembroke Ag Society. The Pembroke Ag Society actually owns the fairgrounds. It's privately owned, but they have since COVID spent thousands and thousands of dollars to clean up graffiti, to repair the damage to their buildings and damage to their storage materials. So, and this is happening in the late hours of the night and into the wee hours of the morning. So I have emailed the police, but I'm also asking formally that our police services to monitor the area and also to ask the parents to ensure that all their family members are safe at home every night. It has been, it complies with our gathering issues, and I think we can all agree that nothing good happens after 10 o'clock at night. So the second thing I wanted, the last thing, sorry, I wanted to do was to thank everyone who contacted me for a cleanup kit. We delivered many kits across Glanbrook, and people are posting their pictures on Facebook page, smiling faces, so proud of a great job. Parents are stating that this has been a great way to beat the boredom of staying home, but it also creates a learning experience about littering and participating